I see. Chi Hai staggered as his face seemed to have aged in an instant. However, he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. The Phoenix True Fire is a supreme treasure. Since he had obtained it, why would he not bring it with him? Everything he said so far is obviously just an excuse. Since he wasn't willing to help at that time, why not just say it straight to my face now? Why spout such utter nonsense? Yang Kai frowned. Moreover, since your wife was the one stricken with poison, shouldn't you be the one doing anything possible to detoxify her instead of pinning your hopes on me? Chi Hai replied in a sorrowful manner. I have no other way, as she can only be saved with the Phoenix True Fire. That's why as soon as this Chi heard that Brother Yang had arrived in the Eastern Territory again, I immediately rushed over. However, you were too swift, so I hadn't been able to catch up to you. Fortunately, this Chi heard that Brother Yang arrived at Heavenly Wolf Valley, which is why I've come all the way here to try my luck. He paused for a moment. This Chi heard that Brother Yang is looking for a way to head to Spirit Beast Island. Yes? Yang Kai put on an insincere smile. You're indeed quite well informed when it comes to my matters. Certainly, Chi Hai could sense the mockery in his words, but he pretended to be clueless and straightened his face. Since that's the case, this Chi might be able to help you. Yang Kai examined him. Are you saying that you know how to get to Spirit Beast Island? A smiling Chi Hai replied. This Chi is not completely certain, but I know where you can find a beast seeker. Beast seekers are all from Spirit Beast Island, so as long as we can find one, they will be able to lead you to the island. Yang Kai's expression changed. Where is that person? Chi Hai put on a proud smile. The job of a beast seeker is to search for precious monster beasts around the world for senior martial beast. Brother Yang, where do you think the Eastern Territory has the largest number of rare monster beasts? Without the need to ponder over it, Yang Kai could immediately think of a place, the ancient wild lands. Chi Hai clasped his hands together. Indeed, there are many exquisite monster beasts living in the ancient wild lands, and many of them have the remnant bloodlines of ancient divine spirits. So there's no way a beast seeker will miss that place. Chi Family Fort is located along the outskirts of the ancient wildlands, and we have unique environmental advantages. This Chi will be honest with you. There is currently a beast seeker residing in my fort. How coincidental. Yang Kai shot him a glance and said dispassionately, Do you want me to follow you back to your fort to meet that beast seeker and save your wife as well? Chi Hai cupped his fists. This Chi will be eternally grateful to Brother Yang if you can save her. Yang Kai nodded and pretended to be nonchalant as he uttered. Before that, I need to ask you some questions. Chi Hai replied seriously. If Brother Yang has any questions, feel free to ask. Yang Kai went on to say, Are you aware that Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land are searching for me? I was about to inform Brother Yang of this. Chi Hai's expression appeared guilty. This Chi has been chasing after you all this time and also ordered some of my men in the Eastern Territory to look for you. Perhaps our actions alerted others, so the news that you're in the Eastern Territory has spread. After the two top sects found out about it, they decided to hunt you down. I'm so sorry, Brother Yang. Is that so? Yang Kai appeared impassive, so it wasn't certain whether he believed what Chi Hai had said. With a smile, he said, I'll be honest with you as well. The reason I came to Heavenly Wolf Valley was to find out the way to enter Spirit Beast Island. However, Valley Master Tang seems wary of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land, so he refused my request. If you bring me back to Chi Family Fort, aren't you worried that the two top sects will find fault with you? Chi Hai replied steadfastly, As long as this Chi's wife can be saved, I'm willing to make any sacrifices. Yang Kai nodded. This Yang admires your deep love for your wife. But since that's the case, there's one thing I don't understand. Chi Hai was startled. What is it that Brother Yang doesn't understand? Yang Kai grinned and looked at his surroundings. Since you have a favor to ask of me, why have you joined forces with Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land? You've blocked my path and attempted to distract me in order to make it easy for them to set up their trap. No? Aren't you afraid that you'll offend me? If I feel offended, I certainly won't choose to save your wife. Chi Hai's expression twitched slightly, but he quickly composed himself and asked, Brother Yang, What do you mean by that? Ignoring him, Yang Kai shouted. Since you've come, why bother hiding like cowards? Show yourselves. Ha ha ha. A guffaw was suddenly heard. I told you that your little plot would not be able to fool him, but you didn't believe me. Look who is the embarrassed one now. After he finished speaking, the surrounding space in a certain direction trembled slightly as an exotic-looking young man with red hair and eyes suddenly appeared. He seemed to have been hiding there for a long time as he had covered himself up with a secret technique. His concealment could be said to be impeccable. Yang Kai turned to look at him and arched his brows. Qi Gui! He wasn't that familiar with this man, as he had only met him once in the Shattered Star Sea. However, he could still identify him at first glance. This young man was none other than Qi Gui of Ahan Temple, the one Lan he had mentioned earlier. It was difficult not to recognize him because his appearance was so unique. Qi Gui grinned fiercely, like a starving ghost who had just seen a delicious meal. You are Yang Kai from the Southern Territory, right? As he spoke, a glint flashed across his red eyes, like a hunter who saw his prey. He appeared tempted as he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to make a move. Little brat, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. As a cold voice was heard, a gloomy-looking old man suddenly appeared beside Qi Gui. The old man was none other than the sect master of Netherworld sect, Fu Bo. He was a senior to Qi Gui, so although Qi Gui was also an Emperor Realm Master, he was still just a rising star. Hence, Fu Bo had the right to lecture him. Upon hearing that, Qi Gui pursed his lips, but he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous here. His master wasn't around, so if he offended Fu Bo, he would be in trouble. Sect Master Fu? Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and smiled. In fact, it wasn't the first time these two had met. In the past, Yang Kai had visited Netherworld sect once. However, at that time, Luan Feng was with him. With Luan Feng around, despite knowing that it was Yang Kai who had killed Yin Lishang, Fu Bo didn't dare to be presumptuous and choked down his fury. After all, Yang Kai was with a divine spirit from the ancient wild lands at that time, so he wouldn't dare to make a move. This time, if he hadn't received some information and instructions, he wouldn't have tried to hunt Yang Kai down either. The information and instructions that he received allowed Fu Bo to act without any worries. He wanted to settle the score with Yang Kai no matter what now. Boy, your courage isn't small. How dare you show yourself in the Eastern Territory? Fu Bo snorted as he stared at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. Just then, more and more powerful figures appeared around him, all of them eerie-looking Emperor Realm Masters. An unfazed Yang Kai mocked. The world is vast, and this Yang can go wherever he pleases. Why wouldn't I dare to come to the Eastern Territory? Fu Bo sneered. For your sake, you'd best hope your strength is as overbearing as your tongue. Yang Kai smiled. Sect Master Fu, you've led all the top cultivators of your sect to come all the way here just to deal with me. Aren't you afraid that Lady Feng will be upset with you in the future when she learns of this? Fu Bo's expression changed when he heard that. Certainly, he knew that the Lady Feng Yang Kai was talking about was Luan Feng, but that didn't really bother him. After a snort, he uttered, Divine spirits and members of the monster race from the ancient wildlands are not supposed to interfere in human affairs. If they dare to come at me, I'll make sure that they won't be able to go back to their ancient lands alive. Yang Kai stroked his own chin. It seems you have someone supporting you. Since your sect members are here, I'm sure that those from Brahma Holy Land have arrived as well. He turned his head to the other side, only to see that more than 10 figures had appeared. The leading man was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. However, unlike the gloomy-looking Fu Bo, this middle-aged man sported an impassive expression, but his straight posture gave off an indescribable pressure. Good. Yang Kai guffawed. This Yang feels honored that so many top cultivators from 2 top sects are here to deal with me. However, I wonder how many of you will be able to leave this place alive. Qi Gui was amazed by Yang Kai's audacity and commented, You're pretty arrogant. I've never seen anyone as bold as you before. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land have some blood feuds with me, so I can understand why they're here to kill me. However, Qi Gui, what are you doing here? Qi Gui's long red hair flapped in the air as his grin gave off a wicked vibe. Don't get me wrong. There are no grudges between us and I'm not part of their gang. I'm just here to have a fight with you. You've killed all my opponents in the Eastern Territory, so I can't find anyone to battle against anymore. Yang Kai nodded. Normally, I wouldn't mind having a bout with you. But this is not the right time. We can contend with each other whenever we feel like it, so the timing doesn't matter at all. Qi Gui slowly shook his head. You misunderstand me. Yang Kai heaved a sigh. What I'm saying is that I can battle against you on another day. However, if you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid I'll have to embarrass you. Upon hearing that, Qi Gui became excited. Are you saying that I'm no match for you? You can give it a try. Yang Kai put on a faint smile and looked around. I guess all of you are secretly arranging some kind of trap that can seal off the space so that I can't flee. I'm pretty curious though. Are your preparations complete yet? You need a spirit array that can isolate space, so do you need more time to finish it? I can wait if that's the case. Did he just say he can wait? Upon hearing his outrageous provocation, the Emperor Realm Masters from the two top sects were enraged and wondered what Yang Kai meant by all this. Does he think he's unrivaled in this world? Is he trying to say that all the Emperor Realm Masters here aren't able to deal with him? When they were plotting against Yang Kai, they were most worried that he would use his space divine ability to flee. When that happened, all of them at the scene wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That was why they had told Qi Hai to appear and tie down Yang Kai so that the others could secretly set up a trap. However, they hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so brazen as to give up his biggest advantage. Once this stretch of the world was cut off, there was no way he could escape from here anymore. If he wanted to leave, he would have to defeat or kill several dozen Emperor Realm Masters first. Who did he think he was? A great emperor? Such boldness! Qi Gui looked at Yang Kai in disbelief as he secretly admired the latter. If he were in Yang Kai's situation, he wouldn't be able to appear so unperturbed. Not only did Yang Kai not try to break the siege, he even mocked the masters from the two top sects while standing around idly. Was he simply sick of living? Su Chongfeng said impassively, We don't necessarily have to set up any spirit array to cut off the world. Do you think you'll be safe just because you have your space divine ability? The world is vast, and there's always something you don't know. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Holy Master Su, what you've said is interesting. Can I take it as that you've already sealed off this stretch of the world? A smiling Su Chongfeng replied, You can give it a try. Yang Kai nodded and made an attempt. After trying to manipulate the space principles around him, he realized that his surroundings really were like an unbreakable cage. Although he could still manipulate space principles inside the local region, he couldn't move around instantly anymore. Despite his calm expression, he was slightly shocked as he looked around. He didn't discover any traces of a spirit array set up around here. So how did they manage to seal off the space here? He wasn't even able to use his instantaneous movement. Was there someone on their side who is also a master of the Tao of space? Only someone as proficient in the Tao of space as him would be able to seal off the world without him knowing. But that should be impossible. It was extremely difficult to even begin cultivating the Tao of space, and it only became harder to continue cultivating it. Shang Yuzhu was a master capable of competing for the position of Great Emperor with Wu Kuang and had diligently studied the Tao of space during her confinement in the Void Crack for more than 30,000 years, but she had still barely scratched the surface. If there was someone in Netherworld Sect or Brahma Holy Land who was proficient in the Tao of space, the person would have become famous long ago instead of staying obscure. Since Yang Kai wasn't able to figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it. He didn't intend to make use of his instantaneous movement to break through the siege anyway. Do you have any last words to say before your death? Fu Bo stared coldly at Yang Kai, the murderous intent in his eyes flashing brilliantly. His feud with Yang Kai was different from that of Brahma Holy Land. The reason Brahma Holy Land wanted to deal with Yang Kai was that their two holy sons were killed by him in the Shattered Star Sea, causing them to lose face along with two rising stars. Although some people from Netherworld Sect were killed by Yang Kai as well, it wasn't the main reason Fu Bo wanted to kill him. The main reason stemmed from what happened in the Grand Desolation Starfield. The Netherworld sect in Grand Desolation Starfield was the root of the same sect in the Star Boundary. It was because the top cultivators from Grand Desolation Starfield ascended from the lower plane and achieved greater heights that they were able to build another Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary, so the connection between the two was inseparable. However, not long ago, Xianxia had destroyed the Netherworld sect in Grand Desolation Starfield, devastating their foundation. Almost all the disciples were killed. When Fu Bo heard the news, he was so enraged he nearly passed out from anger. Moreover, Xianxia had killed Yin Lishang and Hua Fei Chun, so the blood feud between them could never be resolved. Therefore, Fu Bo stopped caring about the relationship between Xianxia and the divine spirit Luan Feng. In the past, he was wary of Luan Feng, so he decided to hold his fury in and kept the grudges to his heart. Nevertheless, after what happened in Grand Desolation Starfield, he couldn't tolerate it anymore and decided to kill Xianxia to get his revenge. Just like what he had said, this was a human affair. He was wary of Luan Feng, but if the divine spirits and members of the monster race from the ancient wildlands decided to interfere in human affairs, others would eventually step up to deal with them. We're not even sure who will be the last man standing. Sect Master Fu, don't you think you're too optimistic about your chances? Xianxia shot him a glance before he turned to look at Qi Hai and shook his head in disappointment. Why are you doing this, then? Do you think that by helping them to set me up and kill me, you can snatch the Phoenix True Fire from me to save your wife? All of a sudden, Qi Hai's expression turned hideous. She's dead, and it's your fault. If I can't kill you today, I'll never be able to soothe this fury in my chest. Upon hearing that, Fu Bo guffawed. Well said, my good disciple. Xianxia arched his brow in surprise. So, you've joined Netherworld sect. It's no wonder that you're able to reach the Emperor realm. However, Qi Hai, you're wrong. Qi Hai balled up his fists and said through clenched teeth, What do you mean that I'm wrong? Xianxia uttered lightly, Your wife's death has nothing to do with me. The reason she lost her life was because she had married the wrong man. Bullshit. An enraged Qi Hai was torn between pain and sorrow. You had the power to save her, but you turned a blind eye to her plea and let her suffer in pain until she passed away in the end. It's all your fault. Xianxia scoffed. According to your logic, anyone in this world who has the power to help treat your wife is your enemy as well, because they had the power to do so but they chose not to. Qi Hai, are you retarded? Qi Hai refuted coldly. I don't know whether others had the power to do so, but I know you did. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. You've had grudges against me just because of this. Your wife really married the wrong man. If she was still alive, I still wouldn't choose to save her and would let her perish. If she still had to rely on an incompetent man like you who can't even take responsibility for her, she would be better off dead. Shut your damn mouth. Qi Hai's expression turned horrifying. Xianxia continued to rub salt in his wound though. You were unable to save your woman. Instead, you pinned all your hopes on someone else to help you. How can you even call yourself a man anymore? Qi Hai was both enraged and ashamed as he growled, I'll kill you. His wife's death was the greatest sorrow in his life, as well as a knot in his heart that could never be untied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attempted to join Netherworld sect at all costs to get himself more support. This was all because he knew that he had an extremely low chance to kill Xianxia on his own. There were some grudges between the Netherworld sect and Xianxia anyway, so Qi Hai knew that he could make use of the sect's power to have a greater chance to get his revenge. On this day, they had managed to trap Xianxia here. Under the attention of so many top cultivators, there was no way Xianxia could flee. It was Qi Hai's biggest wish to kill Xianxia with his own hands, and after becoming infuriated by what Xianxia had said, he decided to personally deal with him. Upon finishing his words, Qi Hai waved his hand to summon a black banner. At that instant, Yin Qi surged as crying and howling were heard. The thing he had summoned was none other than one of the two signature artifacts of Netherworld sect, the 10,000 soul banner. Xianxia stared coldly at him as if the latter was already dead. He had no deep-seated grudge against Qi Hai. However, since the latter treated him as an enemy and made a move against him, he wouldn't go easy on him. Xianxia was able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with a flick of a finger. However, after Qi summoned the 10,000 Soul Banner, he didn't immediately pounce on Xianxia and instead stared startled at the banner with widened eyes. That was because at that instant, a vague illusory figure suddenly appeared out of the banner. The phantom looked like a woman and was clearly some kind of spirit. That was because it looked vague and ethereal. She exuded a glacial aura, and her face was pale. It was apparent that she was a beautiful woman before her death and that her demeanor was gentle. The ghostly aura around her still couldn't cover up her charm. Fu Bo had been staying idly by on the side and didn't have the intention of stopping Qi when the latter was preparing to make a move. However, his expression changed when he saw this phantom. As he stared at it in a dazed state, a glint flashed across his eyes and he uttered, "Ain spirit!" Due to their secret arts and techniques, those from the Netherworld sect always had to come into contact with Ain souls. It took souls to refine a 10,000 soul banner, and the more souls that were sacrificed, the more powerful the banner became. It was easy to refine Ain souls from souls, but it was extremely difficult to obtain even one Ain spirit from millions of Ain souls. That was because most Ain souls had no sentience. No matter how powerful they were before their deaths, after they lost their lives, they would be sacrificed by the disciples of Netherworld sect using a secret technique and become vengeful ghosts that would execute any orders given to them. However, Ain spirits were an entirely different existence. They were also a kind of Ain soul, but despite not having physical bodies, they had their own consciousness. Therefore, they could be nurtured and even grow over time given enough resources. If there was a Ain spirit as the main spirit in a 10,000 soul banner, the banner's power would increase tremendously. However, the probability of a Ain spirit appearing was extremely low. There were countless 10,000 soul banners in the Netherworld sect, but only a small number of banners contained Ain spirits, each of which was treated as a treasure by the Emperor Realm Masters in the sect. At this moment, Fu Bo couldn't believe that he was seeing a Ain spirit in Qi 10,000 soul banner. Moreover, the Ain spirit was purer and more outstanding than any Ain spirit he had seen before, making it exceptionally rare. At that instant, Fu Bo was so exasperated that he started clenching his teeth. If he knew that his new disciple, whom he had never treated seriously, had a Ain spirit with him, he would have tried to snatch the banner instead of letting it stay with Qi, which was a complete waste. However, after the Ain spirit appeared, she didn't attack Xianxia as prompted by Qi. Instead, she turned around and looked quietly at Qi. Her eyes, which were supposed to have lost vitality, started glowing with a gleam that resembled that of a human. Qi was rooted to the spot as his entire body trembled. As he extended his hand to touch the Ain spirit's vague face, he uttered in a shaking voice, "Xiao, is that you?" Xianxia's face fell as he uttered incredulously, "You actually refined her soul?" The other people at the scene had never seen what the Ain spirit looked like before her death. However, anyone who wasn't blind was able to see that this Ain spirit, who was called Xiao by Qi, was formerly his wife. However, no one had expected that Qi would even sacrifice his wife's soul. But how else would she appear in his banner all of a sudden? Qi's action was utterly heartless and outrageous. Even those from the Netherworld sect couldn't help but look disdainfully at him. Although they would also sacrifice souls to increase the power of their banners, they would never do so with their relatives, let alone their lovers. "I see." Fu Bo's expression changed as he realized something. It's no wonder that in the past, Qi came all the way to the Netherworld sect and swore that the entire Qi family fort would be loyal to us in order to join our sect. After that, he requested to cultivate the secret techniques necessary to refine a 10,000 soul banner. It was all because he wanted to keep his wife's soul by his side. After a person passed away, their soul would quickly dissipate. However, the secret technique of Netherworld sect was able to keep souls within their 10,000 soul banner. However, such a soul would end up in a miserable state. After all, the person would get stuck in the banner forever as a mindless mass of negative emotions. Not only that, they would lose the ability to reincarnate and might even be devoured by other Ain souls. In the end, Qi couldn't touch Xiao's face. She didn't even have a physical body, so there was no way she could be touched. His hand directly slipped past her figure, causing the Yin spirit to flicker slightly. In deep pain and self-loathing, Chi-Hai asked haltingly, Xiao, is that really you? Apparently, it was the first time he saw his wife in such a state. Just like what Fu Bo thought, there were two reasons why he wanted to join the Netherworld sect at all costs. Firstly, he wanted to make use of the sect's power to get his revenge. Secondly, he wanted to learn their secret techniques. Although he had successfully kept Xiao's soul inside his 10,000 soul banner, he wasn't aware that she had retained her sentience before her death until she showed up at this moment. Xiao flashed a smile at him and parted her red lips. Please don't make more mistakes. Upon hearing that, Chi-Hai was stunned. Mistakes? What have I done wrong? He hadn't expected that the first thing his wife would say to him after she showed up was this. Following that, the woman turned around and stared at Yang Kai. After elegantly bowing to him, she pleaded, Please forgive him. He wasn't like this in the past. Perhaps it was due to her powerful and sensitive instincts as a Yin spirit as well as her worries for her husband. She could feel that if Chi-Hai made a move on Yang Kai here, he would lose his life the very next moment, which was why she decided to come out of the banner to save her husband's life. Yang Kai gazed at her, and upon feeling the strength of her will and emotions, he secretly heaved a sigh. As the murderous intent around him dissipated, he nodded and uttered, If he doesn't ask for death, I will not grant it to him. Thank you. Xiao bowed her head in gratitude. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, I wasn't able to help you. At that time, Lu Yan had consumed the phoenix true fire and turned into a phoenix egg, after which she was taken away by Jiufeng, so he was powerless to save this woman. Xiao flashed a gentle smile at him. Our life or death depends on our own fate, so I don't mind. Xiao. Chi-Hai called out again in a shaking voice. Xiao whirled around and extended her translucent hand. Just like how Chi-Hai tried to touch her just now, she gently stroked his face and uttered softly, Go back to Chi family fort and live your life. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. But, as Chi-Hai spoke, he took a glance at Yang Kai. He was set on getting revenge for her. But at this moment, not only did Xiao dissuade him from making a move, she also did her utmost to persuade him to leave this place, which caused him to feel lost and not know what to do. Go back, Xiao said again, this time in a more forceful tone. Her eyes were filled with a sense of longing, but following her declaration, her translucent figure started glowing brightly. A shocked Chi-Hai asked, Xiao, what's going on with you? Xiao put on a smile that was most familiar to Chi-Hai. As her figure shone brightly, it suddenly broke into countless wisps of lights that filled the air. Seeing this, Fu Bo couldn't help but feel as if his heart was bleeding. He had never expected that the Yin spirit would choose to self-destruct. She was a Yin spirit, which was an invaluable treasure for his sect. He was just thinking that he would look for a chance to snatch her from Chi-Hai in the future, but right after that idea flashed across his mind, he realized that he had lost that chance. He had never seen a Yin spirit even capable of self-destructing before, which went to show how outstanding she was. The several Yin spirits in his sect weren't comparable to her. Fu Bo's face twitched, as he felt that he had just lost a treasure that might potentially be in his possession one day. A flustered Chi-Hai extended his hand to grasp at the points of lights, as if he wanted to make them stay. However, his attempt was futile. A moment later, the lights diminished, after which he fell on his knees with a sorrowful expression as he balled up his fists and howled at the sky, as if his heart had been shattered. His roars were filled with a sense of helplessness and unwillingness. He was aware that his wife's life had truly ended now. The place fell into a momentary silence that was like the calm before the storm. A while later, Yang Kai heaved a sigh and gazed at Chi-Hai to ask, What's your decision? A dazed Chi-Hai shook slightly upon hearing that as he lifted his head and stared at Yang Kai with a hollow gaze. At the same time, Xiao's last reminder resonated in his ears. Shaking his head, Chi-Hai got to his feet and turned to leave in a dejected manner. Waste! Fu Bo snorted. Although he was Chi-Hai's master in name, he didn't intend to make him stay. Qi Hai had lost all his fighting spirit, so even if he was forced to stay, he wouldn't be able to contribute to the battle. So Fu Bo decided to just let him go. In just a short moment, Qi Hai's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. On a hill more than a few dozen kilometers away from that place, 3 figures were silently standing there and watching the developments. They were none other than Tang Shang, Qian Xiaoying, and Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley. Many top masters had suddenly appeared outside the valley, and those from Heavenly Wolf Valley were not blind, so naturally, they had all seen this. Upon learning the news, Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying went over to look into the matter. Lan He had tagged along, but she was under strict orders to remain by their side and forbidden from flying over. Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying appeared frustrated as they felt disgusted by the way those from the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land dealt with this matter. Su Chongfeng had told Tang Shang to activate their sect defending array to seal off the sect from the outside world, so the valley could become a battlefield for them to deal with Yang Kai. Fortunately, after he was rejected though, Su Chongfeng didn't insist or make things difficult. However, Tang Shang had never expected that these people would choose to ambush Yang Kai just outside the entrance of his sect. Even if they wanted to make a move, couldn't they wait for Yang Kai to leave this place first? If any outsider saw this, they would think that Heavenly Wolf Valley was also involved. Despite his fury, Tang Shang understood his own strength and that he could not argue with them. Left with no choice, he could only watch the scene from afar and make sure that his sect would not be dragged into this mess. Upon seeing what happened to Qi Hai and Xiao Xiao, Qian Xiaoying was moved and commented, "He's indeed a faithful man, but he chose the wrong path." Tang Shang watched Qi Hai leave as he said, "I think he's from Qi family fort." Lan He's expression appeared conflicted, as a woman could easily be moved when it came to affairs of the heart. As she watched Xiao Xiao self-destruct earlier, she was on the brink of tearing up. Although she didn't know who Xiao Xiao was, she could feel the latter's love for Qi Hai. Xiao Xiao decided to end herself in order to resolve the grudges in a resolute manner. Otherwise, Qi Hai would definitely have made a move against Yang Kai, at which point his fate would be grim. At that instant, Lan He had the urge to fly over and stand beside Yang Kai, to fight with him and kill all these shameless people. Nevertheless, Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying were well prepared. The moment Lan He tagged along, they sealed her cultivation so that she could only watch but not interfere in the battle. A few dozen kilometers away from the hill, Yang Kai was surrounded by several dozen Emperor Realm Masters, but his expression remained calm, as if he had no regard for these people at all. Even Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying couldn't help but be awed by his fortitude. Yang Kai turned to look at Qi Gui next, whose eyes and hair were red, and asked, "Qi Hai has left. What's your decision?" Qi Gui silently stared at Yang Kai as he realized in shock that an alarm in his heart was ringing out. His instincts were screaming at him that if he recklessly attacked Yang Kai now, he would end up in a miserable state, possibly even lose his life. As soon as this thought sprang into his mind, he was flabbergasted. He and Yang Kai were from the same generation, rising stars of their respective territories. In the Eastern Territory, he was a famous figure, and even when he was faced with Serene Soul Great Emperor's son, Yao Si, he had never felt that his life was at risk. However, for some reason, when he met the eyes of the man standing before him, a sense of crisis descended upon him before he even made a move. Given the situation Yang Kai was in, he would not hold back in battle. That was because once he did, he would lose the initiative. He still had to deal with several dozen Emperor Realm Masters later, so he had to retain his imposing manner. Therefore, he would certainly go all out. "I'll be killed if he goes all out." Qi Gui's face twitched as he no longer felt tempted to give it a try. "The love story just now has dampened my mood. I'll forget it for now. We'll have a fight in the future if you manage to survive." Upon finishing his words, he realized that he no longer felt an impending sense of doom, and his heart was filled with a sense of relief. Yang Kai nodded. If Qi Gui insisted on going against him at this point, he would not hold back. No matter how powerful Qi Gui was, he was only a first-order emperor, but if Yang Kai killed him here, he would have offended all 3 top sects in the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai had no interest in forging more grudges, So Qi Gui's decision just now was what he had hoped for. After looking around, he scoffed. This king stands right here. What are you waiting for if you're serious about killing me? How dare you act so impudent in front of this old master? After this king captures you, he will extract your soul and refine it. Fu Bo snorted and waved his hand. Kill him. On the other hand, Su Chongfeng said lightly but resolutely, kill, as the others pushed their Emperor Qi. The wind and the clouds seemed to change and world principles began fluctuating. Several dozen figures suddenly dispersed and surrounded Yang Kai, making sure that he would not be able to flee in any direction. Right then, 5 figures shot toward Yang Kai. The leading figure wielded an emperor-grade spear that made a clear cutting sound as it broke through space itself. At the same time, countless spear shadows flashed at Yang Kai from above. The other 4 darted about like fireflies, making sure that no one would be able to identify from what direction they would make their move. Although these 5 people were from 2 different sects, they were all Emperor Realm Masters, so despite this being their first time joining forces, their movements were so polished and smooth that it was as if they had rehearsed them before. Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying, who were watching from afar, heaved a sigh. They didn't understand why these 2 top sects had sent so many people to deal with Yang Kai. Even Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng had personally come all the way here. To them, this formation of 5 was already enough to kill Yang Kai. Neither of them would be able to parry such a joint assault, and even if they managed to survive somehow, they would be severely injured. In such a situation, getting injured was no different from death. Since that was the case, the 2 top sects were basically making a big fuss over a minor issue by dispatching so many Emperor Realm Masters. Lan he couldn't help but exclaim as her face turned ashen. Unable to watch what would surely happen next, she closed her eyes and turned her head away. Amidst the sounds of the spear breaking through the air, short and anxious cries were heard. Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying widened their eyes, like they were seeing ghosts, as they gazed at the battlefield in shock. Lan he was startled for a moment before hurriedly opening her eyes. Just now, she thought that Yang Kai was doomed, so she didn't have the heart to watch, but the shrieks she had just heard weren't made with Yang Kai's voice, and upon opening her eyes, she saw a sight that she would never be able to forget. Yang Kai was no longer standing in his original spot. Instead, he had somehow appeared above the spear-wielding cultivator with an impassive expression. As his murderous intent surged around him, he landed a palm on that cultivator's forehead. With his Emperor Qi surging, his clothes and black hair flapped in the wind. Lan he could clearly see that the forehead of the spear-wielding cultivator had sunk in and his eyes had protruded out. A splash of white matter that was formerly his brain splattered everywhere, and after that, his vitality dissipated as he collapsed to the ground. What happened? A question popped in Lan He's head. Just now, she had closed her eyes, so she didn't know how Yang Kai escaped the 5-men siege, or how he managed to kill an enemy with a seemingly casual palm. Nevertheless, she knew that this wasn't an easy feat to pull off. Even her master and his wife were not capable of this. Faced with such a dense and impeccable flurry of attacks, a mere second-order Emperor Realm Master could only surrender and wait for death. However, Yang Kai was able to counterattack from such a perilous situation. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he had also killed one of his enemies, and his expression suggested that he was nonchalant rather than flustered, as if he had just killed an ant. That was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How did he die just like that? Lan he couldn't help but feel that everything that had happened was surreal. She was in the same realm, so she knew what kind of heritage a first-order emperor should possess. However, a top cultivator, who was admired by billions of people in this world, was killed by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. At that instant, she couldn't help but shudder as she had goosebumps all over her body. At the same time, her eyes started glowing as she had a feeling that Yang Kai wouldn't be killed so easily. The other 4 attackers were flabbergasted by the fact that their spear-wielding ally had been taken out in just 1 strike. Nevertheless, their hesitation was only momentary as they soon launched themselves at Yang Kai again. Yang Kai saw this and couldn't help chuckling. Since you're so eager to go to hell, this king will grant your request. Opening his fingers, Yang Kai drew the Emperor-grade spear towards his hand. Then, without using any technique or discernible skill, he grabbed the weapon with both hands and thrust it out in an imposing manner. There was no one in the direction where he was thrusting the spear, and at first glance, anyone would have thought that Yang Kai had made a mistake. However, after the tip of the spear, which was surrounded by Emperor Qi, broke through the barriers of space, a figure coincidentally appeared right there. It was an elder from Netherworld sect that had seemingly wanted to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai from the side. But as soon as he reached his spot, and while he was still in a dazed state, he felt a deadly aura approach him. Flabbergasted, he wielded the red banner in his hand and detonated it into blood mist. It was his natal artifact, a blood sea banner, and with the blood fog as cover, he immediately retreated. However, after he took only half a step backwards, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as his entire body shook. A horrifying idea flashed across his mind as he hurriedly lowered his head, only to see a fist-sized hole that went from the front of his chest through to his back. Shuddering, he stared into the hole and realized that he could even see his broken heart contracting rapidly as blood gushed out of his wound. "No!" he shouted in a panic, as if he couldn't believe what had happened to him. How was Yang Kai able to break through the cover and defense of his blood sea banner with just a mere spear thrust and pulverize his heart? While he was still lost in such thoughts, he tottered and fell from the sky with his head down. Before he even reached the ground, his life aura had disappeared. On the other hand, after killing this man with one strike, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his spear and spun it before thrusting from a mid-stance. His smooth and rapid movements dazzled the eyes of his opponents. With a whooshing sound, Yang Kai directly struck the head of a third person, who was trying to launch a sneak attack on him from behind. As Yang Kai exerted his incredible physical strength, he directly smashed that person's head. This Emperor-grade spear seemed to have been given a life in his hands, as if it was now a living creature. Every move Yang Kai made with his spear was able to send his enemies to their death. Despite that, he was only using the spear like it was an ordinary weapon, as he hadn't even refined it yet. Yang Kai wasn't done though, as he tightened his grip on the butt of the spear and made a wide sweeping motion over his enemies. A fourth person was closing in at that moment from the front in a charge that was not to be underestimated. Initially, 5 took action together, but in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had killed 3 of them. At this moment, the fourth person was horrified at the sight of this spear approaching him, so his strike had weakened significantly. Without even thinking, he circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself, and at the same time, he extended his right hand, after which a round shield appeared and protected his side. It was as if he wanted to seek some sense of security using this defensive artifact. Honk! The spear crashed into the round shield as a sound that was as shocking as 2 stars colliding with each other rang out. All present felt their eardrums ringing painfully as they widened their eyes at the scene before them. After the strike, the round shield shone and lost all its spirituality, after which it broke into pieces. Gasps were heard as Fu Bo and Su Changfeng almost bit their tongues in disbelief. They knew that the spear in Yang Kai's hands hadn't been refined, so he had to use his brute force for every strike he made. How powerful must his brute strength be to be able to break an Emperor-grade defensive artifact into pieces with a single blow? "Retreat!" Su Changfeng almost instinctively yelled. If possible, he would have given the command before Yang Kai killed the 3 of them. However, the latter has moved too swiftly, as if he was just chopping melons or vegetables as he cut down 3 Emperor Realm Masters before they could even react. After his growl, a black rectangular sword sheath that was 1 meter long appeared behind him. Despite its plain look, the sheath exuded an aura that seemed able to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. Right then, he performed a hand seal, after which a black sword light shot out of the sheath and reached the back of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye as it aimed at his heart. Apparently, Su Changfeng was trying to distract Yang Kai so that the fourth person could flee. Although Su Changfeng was the sect master of one of the top 3 sects in the Eastern Territory, Emperor Realm Masters were still valuable to him. Yang Kai had killed 3 of them with ease, and even though 2 of the deceased were from Netherworld sect, Su Changfeng still felt his heart bleeding. Therefore, he decided to make a move against Yang Kai so that the latter would stop pursuing the fourth person. His idea was logical, but Su Chongfeng hadn't expected that Yang Kai wasn't someone who would act like the average person did. Faced with the approaching black sword light, Yang Kai actually ignored it as he swept his spear, which had destroyed an Emperor-grade defensive artifact, and pierced through the fourth person. Chi, blood and mashed flesh fell from the sky like rain. The power of Yang Kai's strike directly exploded the Emperor Realm Master into a blood mist, leaving no flesh or bones behind. At the same time, a clang that was as loud as a huge bell ringing was heard as it spread across the sky, causing the eardrums of everyone present to tremble and their souls to shake. Upon closer look, Su Chongfeng almost spat blood, as a bell that was half as tall as a human had suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai at some point. The mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts enraged on the bell were moving about slowly even now, as if they were alive. At the same time, a desolate and mysterious aura exuded from it. Su Chongfeng's black sword light couldn't reach Yang Kai. Instead, it hit right at the bell and triggered some unexpected consequences. The mountains and rivers bell. A greedy glint flashed across Fu Bo's eyes. Earlier, he was still sorrowful over the fact that a couple Emperor Realm Masters from his sect were killed. But the next moment, all the grief vanished into thin air. That was because the thing before his eyes was the mountains and rivers bell, the supreme artifact that allowed Yuanding Great Emperor to attain his position in the past. It was a genuine ancient exotic artifact, the mountains and rivers bell. Although Fu Bo had heard that both the mountains and rivers bell and Phoenix True Fire were obtained by Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea, he didn't really believe it until he saw it with his eyes now. The sound of the bell was shaking mountains and rivers as its emperor aura seemed able to move heaven and earth. It was rumored that the mountains and rivers bell was able to seal and suppress all things in existence, and judging from the sound just now, the rumors seemed to be true. Could have such amazing effects by just being passively rung. So what would its power look like if it was fully activated? At that instant, Fu Bo's eyes turned bloodshot. If he could obtain the mountains and rivers bell, he could possibly compete for the position of Great Emperor and become the next Yuanding Great Emperor one day. Just then, a person was retreating rapidly with a horrified expression. He was none other than the fifth person who attempted to kill Yang Kai earlier. Su Chongfeng's command had come too late for the fourth person who had been turned into blood mist, leaving only the fifth person alive. At this moment, the man appeared terrified as he flew towards those from Brahma Holy Land, too scared to even look back. Earlier, the 5 Emperor Realm Masters had joined forces and thought that they would surely end Yang Kai's life. However, to everyone's surprise, 4 of them were killed by Yang Kai in just a short moment. Their impeccable siege seemed like child's play before this young man. So the fifth person knew that he had to flee instead of waiting for death. Before he even reached his sect members from Brahma Holy Land though, he could hear Yang Kai shout coming from behind him, and following that, a sound of something breaking through echoed in his ear. The color drained from his face as he turned around, only to see that Yang Kai's posture was that of a person who had just hurled out something. The Emperor-grade spear had already disappeared from his hand, and a beam of light was seen coming rapidly at the fifth person's back. He's a madman, the person cursed at Yang Kai in his heart. Certainly, he knew what the beam of light was. Yang Kai had just thrown the spear at him, before the beam of light even reached him. The sound breaking through the air was like a death knell that was about to snatch his soul. He couldn't evade it as it was moving too fast to outrun. He couldn't even parry it, as the force behind it was too great. His face had completely turned ashen as he yelled, "Holy Master, save me!" As soon as he finished speaking, he could feel that a force had hit right on his back, and following that, he perceived a sharp pain. Upon impact, he tottered forward as a spear stuck out of his chest and shot toward those from Brahma Holy Land. The spear that had been hurled by Yang Kai penetrated the Emperor Realm Master's body, and shot towards the top cultivators from Brahma Holy Land, who were still in its path. Seeing this, these masters immediately dispersed as they did not dare to block the strike. Wherever the spear passed through, it would leave a long black gash in the air, which went to show that his attack had torn space apart. Everyone was terrified as coldness rose from their toes to their heads. It was the first time they saw a person capable of using such horrifying brute force. Holy Master, the Emperor Realm Master, whose body had been penetrated by the spear, which left a hole on his chest, reached a spot that was just 10 meters away from Su Chongfeng with difficulty. With blood spurting out of his mouth, he weakly extended his hand towards Su Chongfeng, as if he was trying to grab his last bit of vitality. However, his attempt was futile as his body turned limp. After he fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground, his flesh splattered everywhere. In just a short moment, all 5 Emperor Realm Masters were killed by Yang Kai without even managing to make him reveal his true power, like 5 ants futilely trying to shake a tree. The whole world seemed to have fallen into silence. The several dozen remaining Emperor Realm Masters from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect gulped, wondering if they were having a nightmare. Yang Kai flickered and appeared atop the spinning mountains and river's bell. As the breeze whisked across him, his black hair swayed with the wind. In an arrogant manner, he shouted, "This Yang is still right here. Who wants to travel to the underworld next?" He swept a glance over the crowd, but all of them avoided his gaze, not daring to look him in the eyes. A couple dozen kilometers away, Tang Shang and Chen Xiaoying were dumbfounded as they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Was he really just a second-order Emperor Realm Master? How could he just be a second-order Emperor? Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master shouldn't be able to achieve what Yang Kai just did. They knew that some people in this world were able to fight enemies above their own realm, and they had even seen such people before. The former Holy Sons of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, the disciple of the sect master of Netherworld sect, Yin Lusheng, Serene Soul Great Emperor's son, Yao Si and Qi Gui were considered to be such individuals. They could always defeat an opponent who was in a higher realm and even kill them if they were fortunate enough. They were generally regarded as geniuses. Given enough time and room for growth, these rising stars would certainly become the most powerful masters in the world. It wasn't until this moment, however, that Tang Shang and Chen Xiaoying came to the realization that even among geniuses, there were differences. There were ordinary geniuses on one end and monstrous geniuses on the other. As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Yang Kai had just killed 5 first-order Emperors, so it wasn't that he had managed to slay an opponent who was in a higher realm. However, the scene from just now was even more shocking and unbelievable than if a first-order Emperor Realm Master had killed a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It was no wonder that Zhang Hao, Zhang Xian, and Yin Lusheng were all killed by Yang Kai. He was clearly far stronger than them. Lan He's alluring eyes beamed with exhilaration. Earlier, she had to go back on her word, so she felt guilty for what she had done. After that, she could only stand by and watch as Yang Kai was surrounded by so many enemies, making her think that he was doomed. If Yang Kai really lost his life right outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, the incident on this day would become a knot in her heart forever. Nevertheless, her cultivation had been sealed by Tang Shang and Chen Xiaoying, so she couldn't help Yang Kai even though she wanted to. This was a kind of unbearable torture on her heart and soul. But at that moment, Lan He turned around and looked at Tang Shang with a conflicted gaze and asked, "Master, if he manages to survive, will you regret your decision?" Upon hearing that, Tang Shang shuddered slightly. He knew that Lan He was unhappy with the choices he had made. However, since he was her master, she couldn't say or demand anything. In a dispassionate tone, Tang Shang could only reply, "Since I've made a decision, I'll never regret it. Moreover, do you think he can survive?" Undoubtedly, the fact that Yang Kai was able to kill 5 top Emperor Realm Masters in a short moment was shocking and made Tang Shang's emotions fluctuate. Undoubtedly, Yang Kai was one of the top geniuses in the entire star boundary. He was already so powerful when he was just a second-order emperor, so after he reached the third order, he could very well be as formidable as Li Wui. If they could make friends with such a person, it would be beneficial for Heavenly Wolf Valley, even though Yang Kai was from the Southern Territory. Furthermore, Yang Kai had actually sought help from them. If they had agreed to help him look for Spirit Beast Island, they would be able to strike up a healthy relationship with him. Once that kind of relationship was established, if they ever fell into trouble in the future, they could ask Yang Kai for his help. They would be able to reap huge benefits with minimal effort, so it was no doubt a worthwhile deal. That was the reason Lan He asked this question. They had a chance to forge a friendship with a future top master, but they had let the chance slip through their fingers. Nevertheless, the prerequisite was that Yang Kai survived. This time, those from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had gone all out. Although 5 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters had been killed, it didn't affect their overall strength. That was because they still had 2 Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, 7 Second-Order Emperors, and more than a dozen First-Order Emperors left. Even though what Yang Kai had done was impressive, his end was predestined. Faced with the question, Lan He was lost for words. Given the situation Yang Kai was in, there was no way he could survive. What's more, he had just killed 5 Emperor Realm Masters, so it was clear that only one party would survive today. The outcome of this battle would be that either Yang Kai would be killed or that the 2 sects would be destroyed. Nevertheless, anyone with eyes could tell which party was the stronger one. "I bet that he'll survive," a voice suddenly spoke from the side. Tang Sheng and Chen Xiaoying, who were focused on the battlefield, were shocked because they didn't realize that someone had approached them. Certainly, they had been distracted, but it also went to show that this person had impressive methods. However, after making out whose voice it was, they were relieved. That was because the person who spoke was Qi Gui, the strongest cultivator among the younger generation from Ahan Temple. His red hair and eyes were easily identifiable, and he was a battle maniac who loved seeing blood, making him a pain in the backside for everyone in the Eastern Territory, as no one wished to be targeted by him. If it weren't because Lan He was a woman, there was no doubt Qi Gui would have come all the way to Heaven Wolf Valley to challenge her at some point. "Elder Qi, do you have such a high opinion of him?" Tang Sheng arched his brow. Qi Gui was a junior to him, as Tang Sheng and the temple master of Ahan Temple were from the same generation. However, since Qi Gui was already in the Emperor realm and was also an elder in Ahan Temple, his future status would undoubtedly be greater than that of Tang Sheng. Tang Sheng didn't have the right to call him junior or nephew anymore, so he could only address him as Elder Qi. Qi Gui shrugged and didn't answer his question. Instead, he gazed at Lan He and asked, "Junior sister Lan, do you think he'll die?" Lan He shook her head and replied, "I don't know, but I hope that he'll live." Qi Gui flippantly whistled as he turned back to look fixedly at the battlefield. With a grin, he uttered, "Valley Master Tang, why don't we make a bet?" A glint flashed across Tang Xing's eyes. "On what?" Qi Gui smirked. "Of course on weather." He caught himself at that moment, however, and shook his head with a smile. "Forget it. It's pointless." A curious Tang Xing asked, "Elder Qi, do you seriously think he'll survive?" Although Qi Gui didn't finish his words, Tang Sheng knew what he was about to say. He must have wanted to bet on whether Yang Kai lived or died. Qi Gui pointed at his own heart. "I trust my own instincts." Tang Xing uttered, "Why did you stop making a bet, then?" It wasn't that he was addicted to gambling. He was just curious why Qi Gui changed his mind all of a sudden. Qi Gui put on a smirk. "An elephant is battling against the lions. As an ant, I should just watch, as I have no right to bet on whether he lives or dies. I think I should know my place." Upon hearing that, Tang Sheng, Chen Xiaoying and Lan He stared at Qi Gui in shock. Qi Gui was the strongest cultivator in Ahan Temple's younger generation, and he was also one of the most outstanding geniuses in the Eastern Territory, even the entire star boundary as a whole. Among the younger generation, only Yao Si was slightly more powerful than he was. However, Yao Si was Serene Soul Great Emperor's son, so they could not really be compared. This kind of talented person was normally haughty, and they would never admit that they were inferior to anyone. However, at this moment, Qi Gui likened Yang Kai to an elephant while describing himself as an ant. If they hadn't heard it personally, they would never have believed Qi Gui would utter such words. But if he was an ant, what did that make others in the star boundary? Dust? Qi Gui narrowed his red eyes and said dispassionately, "Valley Master Tang, do you think that my impression of him is too high?" Tang Sheng came to his senses and put on a smile. "Elder Qi is being too humble." "Humble?" Qi Gui muttered. Maybe he came off as humble just now, but he trusted his gut. When Yang Kai asked him about his decision earlier, He could feel that if he made a move, he would certainly lose his life, possibly even more miserably than those 5 from just now. After Qi Gui witnessed the opening exchange between Yang Kai and the masters from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect, this kind of feeling intensified and almost became unshakable. A shocked Tang Shang said, "You mean, the 2 of the top sects are the ones who will perish today?" Qi Gui replied with a smile, "I didn't say that. I only said that he would survive." He had followed Fu Bo and Su Changfeng all the way here, and during that time he felt that something was off. It seemed to him that the 2 top sects were still concealing something, like they had someone or something behind them which bolstered their confidence. However, what Qi Gui didn't understand was that since the 2 top sects had clearly gone all out to deal with Yang Kai, how was it possible that they still had some hidden card to play? Nevertheless, Yang Kai was now in a difficult situation. Even if he managed to escape, he would surely end up in a horrible state. Qi Gui speculated that both parties would be severely injured, leading to a mutual loss, but he didn't say this out loud. Tang Shang said impassively, "Elder Qi, let's see whether your judgment is correct. I still think that his chances of survival are slim to none." Although it wasn't a bet, they had expressed their opinions. Whether or not Yang Kai would survive, they had to see it for themselves. While they were chatting among themselves, Yang Kai was standing atop the mountains and river's bell as he swept a disdainful glance over his opponents. No one dared to step forward to challenge him, so the sight was indeed shocking. Seeing that they remained unmoving, Yang Kai put on a grin, which revealed his white teeth. "Since you are all so reserved, this king will make a move first." Following that, he shifted his attention to those from Netherworld sect with a gaze that was filled with coldness and murderous intent, as if the others didn't exist. Faced with his stare, Fu Bo felt a chill running down his spine and quickly growled, "Summon your banners." Upon hearing that, the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters from Netherworld sect summoned their own artifacts, which were all 10,000 soul banners and blood sea banners. At that instant, crying and howling spread as the sky darkened. Crimson red dyed the world red as a vast region seemed to have turned into an endless blood sea. The blood surged as the entire place stank with the odor. Amidst the blood sea, horrible creatures floated in it, as in souls and phantoms drifted in the air. The ghastly voices were enough to make anyone feel dizzy. The dozen Emperor Realm Masters had each summoned their own 10,000 soul banners and blood sea banners, so the sight was magnificent. The endless blood sea isolated an independent space from the world, and within this space, Yang Kai was restricted in many ways while those from the Netherworld sect were free to do as they pleased. As the balance tilted towards the other party, Yang Kai couldn't possibly survive no matter how powerful he was. Lan He's heart leapt to her throat. As far as she could see, the sky ahead of her had turned red, and Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Even his aura wasn't perceptible. As the blood sea formed, Su Changfeng coldly waved his hand, after which the dozen Emperor Realm Masters from Brahma Holy Land dove into the blood sea and disappeared from everyone's sight. Apparently, they wanted to seize the chance and deal a fatal blow to Yang Kai. Normally, those from Brahma Holy Land wouldn't be able to enter this blood sea as they pleased, as it was formed from a Netherworld sect divine ability. If they entered it, they would also be restricted in many ways. However, since they had joined forces with Netherworld sect, they didn't have to worry too much. Those from Netherworld sect would certainly create opportunities for them to make a move. In just a short while, the balance of power had tilted. This time, they were no longer trying to probe Yang Kai's power. Although 5 cultivators had formed a siege earlier, they were still just 5 people. Now, there were nearly 30 Emperor Realm Masters acting all at once, with many of them being in the second order. Looking from afar, Lan He balled up her fists and pressed her lips together. Worry was written all over her face. On the other hand, the emotions in Qi Gui's heart undulated as he appeared excited. He would die with no regrets if he could experience the battle that Yang Kai was facing. Nevertheless, he knew that if he had to fight against 2 of the top sects of the Eastern Territory at the same time, alone, there was no way he could survive. Just then, an imposing roar, one which seemed able to shake the world, was heard spreading from the blood sea. "Puny ants, how dare you offend this king? Die!" As the bell tolled, a horrifying pressure swept out in all directions. The endless blood sea surged up before it began melting like the snow under the summer sun. A scarlet fog suddenly appeared in the sky, which was apparently caused by the fact that the blood sea had evaporated. At the same time, the souls that were howling in the blood sea shrieked and vanished into thin air. Hong! 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 The mountains and rivers bell tolled 9 times as the sounds became increasingly imposing. With the blood sea as the center, sound waves visible to the naked eye propagated outward with unstoppable force. Tangshang, Qian Xiuing, and Qigui turned ashen as they immediately tried to protect themselves. But they still felt dizzy as they heard a buzzing sound in their ears. Ripples had even formed on the layer of protective Emperor Qi they had condensed to protect themselves. All of them appeared terrified as their eyes filled with shock. They had heard that the mountains and rivers bell was an unrivaled ancient exotic artifact. However, it wasn't until this day that they realized how true those rumors were. It was no wonder that Yuanding Great Emperor was able to gain enlightenment from this artifact to become one of the strongest masters in this world. No one knew where this treasure originated from, but the power it was able to unleash was far greater than that of any emperor rank artifact. Confronted by someone with this treasure, if they were distracted by the bell, their head would leave their body the next moment. When the bell stopped ringing, the sound still reverberated in the air, like it would not cease until the end of time. On the other hand, the seemingly impenetrable blood sea had become torn apart as much of it evaporated. Even the color of the blood appeared dull. As grunts were heard, some gloomy-looking figure staggered out of the blood sea. Their faces had turned completely pale as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were apparently the Emperor Realm Masters of Netherworld sects as well as the owners of these blood sea banners. Blood essence was the foundation of these banners, and since Yongkai had broken the blood sea with just that move, these cultivators would certainly suffer backlash. A myriad of expressions came over these masters as their eyes were filled with a sense of disbelief. They had never expected such an incredible method, which they had joined forces to execute, would be easily broken by Yongkai, wounding them in the process. Without the favorable environment that they had created, the others couldn't hide their figures anymore as they appeared amidst the thinning blood sea. Some of them were from Netherworld sect, but most of them were from Brahma Holy Land. They had surrounded Yongkai, so it was apparent that they had been looking for a chance to make a move. Nevertheless, these people seemed to be in a terrible state as they staggered back and forth, their expressions wincing in pain. Although they didn't suffer from any backlash after the blood sea was broken, the knell of the mountains and rivers bell at such close range had taken a toll on them. Even more than a dozen kilometers away, Tang Shang and the others, who were not directly targeted, felt their souls trembling as the buzzing sound in their ears had yet to diminish. So it was no surprise those from Brahma Holy Land who were the closest to Yongkai were currently disoriented and dazed. At that moment, an absurd sight appeared. More than 20 masters had surrounded Yongkai, but they were all staggering about as if they were drunk. Despite their pale faces, they still tried their hardest to stabilize themselves. But as soon as their figures appeared, Yongkai swept a razor-sharp gaze over them. "Damn it!" Su Chongfeng exclaimed and then growled, "Retreat!" At the same time, he cursed Fu Bo in his heart. What is this rubbish secret technique, Netherworld sect? It's so fragile it has become the biggest flaw in this impeccable ambush. Nevertheless, he knew that it wasn't that the secret technique from the Netherworld sect was fragile. So many Emperor Realm Masters had joined forces to summon their blood sea banners to create an endless blood sea. If he fell into it, he might not even be able to survive. In the end, he could only blame Yongkai for possessing such a great treasure. The sound waves coming from the bell seemed to be the blood sea's nemesis as it shattered it in the blink of an eye. Yongkai guffawed. "Where do you think you're going? All of you must die here today." Condensing his space principles, countless black moon blades shot out in all directions, slicing through space and shattering the remnants of the blood sea before slashing across numerous enemy bodies. Although this space had been sealed off from the rest of the world, making it impossible for Yongkai to use his instantaneous movement to escape, that didn't mean Yongkai couldn't manipulate the space principles within this space. Whooshing sounds were constantly heard as blood splattered everywhere. As if struck by lightning, all these Emperor Realm Masters were heard grunting and shrieking. There was nothing in this world that the moon blades couldn't penetrate. Be they First Order or Second Order Emperor Realm Masters, the protective Emperor Qi was useless in the face of these black blades. As the moon blades penetrated them, anyone who was attacked would be left with a crescent moon-shaped wound where their blood and flesh were simply swallowed up by the void. At that instant, numerous Emperor Realm Masters fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Upon impact, these corpses were all deformed as their bodies splattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Emperor Realm Masters had lost their lives, and there was no one else within a radius of 300 meters around Xianxia. Just then, a clearly audible gulp was heard. Tang Sheng turned his head with difficulty and realized that it was Qi Gui who gulped. At that moment, his Adam's apple was still bobbing. Qi Gui was a reckless and haughty man, but now, he had widened his eyes in shock, as if he was keen to dig them out and hold them up towards the battlefield so that he could have a closer look. Tang Sheng found this sight somewhat amusing, but he couldn't laugh because more than 10 Emperor Realm Masters had been killed. Those were 10 Emperor Realm Masters, not 10 chickens. And yet, those 10 were killed as easily as reaping wheat from a field. Tang Sheng felt just as incredulous as Qi Gui. Then, he realized that Chen Xiaoying had also been taken aback by shock and horror. When meeting with Xianxia some time ago, Tang Sheng found him to be a mild-mannered, polite young man, and if it weren't for the circumstances, he would have loved to make friends with him. It wasn't until this moment that Tang Sheng realized that his impression of Xianxia was wrong. This young man slaughtered Emperor Realm Masters like slaughtering pigs, not even batting an eye in the process. In other words, Tang Sheng had just passed by death's door by having a chat with Xianxia without even realizing it. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but shudder. Never had he witnessed 10 Emperor Realm Masters being killed right before his eyes. Including the 5 cultivators who were butchered by Xianxia earlier, he had now killed 15 emperors in less than an incense stick worth of time. There were about 30 people from the 2 great forces who had come to this place, but now half of them were dead. No matter what the ultimate outcome of this battle was, the 2 top sects had already lost. The losses they suffered today were simply unbearable. It wasn't like Emperor Realms Masters could be found just anywhere. Even within a top sect, it was difficult for them to nurture even one Emperor Realm Master. Now that so many of them were dead, Fu Bo and Su Changfeng must feel utterly forlorn. Tang Sheng took a look at these 2 top masters and realized that they were indeed feeling deep anguish, as if their hearts were bleeding. Su Changfeng, who was always calm and collected, now sported a hideous expression, while on the other hand, Fu Bo had clenched his teeth and his expression suggested that he was eager to drink Xianxia's blood, eat his flesh, and gnaw his bones. After this battle, the 2 top sects would see a drastic decline in their strength, one that they would need at least 500 years to recover from. Apparently, Fu Bo and Su Changfeng also realized this as their expressions appeared utterly bitter. They had come all the way here to get revenge, but before they could do that, a new blood feud had been formed. Moreover, so many of their subordinates had been killed that it was now utterly pointless even if they managed to kill Xianxia. The dead couldn't come back to life, so their losses were already set. As for the person who managed to slaughter so many Emperor Realm Masters on his own, he was just a second-order emperor from the younger generation. Was he really human? Whooshing sounds were heard as the remaining Emperor Realm Masters fled from Xianxia as though he was a devil. All of them were still reeling from shock, and they had a feeling that they had just escaped from death's door. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to kill them all, but he couldn't find their locations just now. When the Blood Sea had almost been completely destroyed by him, there were still some blind spots left, and those people who were still alive were hiding in those places. Ignoring them, Xianxia turned to look at Fu Bo and grinned wickedly. As their eyes met, an already depressed Fu Bo turned anxious as he could feel that Xianxia was plotting something. A clear idea sprang into his mind. He wants to kill me. How dare he even think about killing me? Fu Bo found the idea to be inconceivable. He was the sect master of Netherworld Sect, a third-order emperor, so how could a mere brat in the second-order emperor realm have the guts to even dream about killing him? At this moment he was so angered that he wanted to laugh. Just then, something flashed across his eyes, and Yang Kai had disappeared from his sight. He could faintly see that a figure was coming at him. With a cold expression, Fu Bo extended his hand and summoned a banner that was surrounded by thick black qi. As the sect master of Netherworld sect, he of course had his own 10,000 soul banner. He had intertwined his own life with his banner, and he had refined it for more than 2,000 years. This artifact had reached the limit of an emperor artifact, and it was also the weapon he would always depend on whenever he was in a battle. Without any hesitation, Fu Bo wrapped the black banner around his body, and it integrated with him in an instant, causing his already grim aura to become even gloomier. At the same time, his figure underwent a great transformation. He was only an elderly man who was shorter than the average person at first, but at this moment, his figure swelled up as he transformed into a 30 meters tall hideous monster. His face had turned livid, and his teeth had become pointed. 2 short horns had protruded on his forehead, and his hands had become long and withered. His nails appeared dark, so it was apparent that they were poisonous. Ghost King Transformation, Tang Sheng exclaimed as his eyes were seen trembling. He had never expected that Fu Bo would be so cautious that he would directly use his trump card. However, after giving it a thought, he realized that Fu Bo's action was sensible. The power that Yang Kai had showcased was too horrifying, far beyond what an ordinary second-order Emperor Realm Master should possess. If he were in Fu Bo's shoes, he wouldn't be complacent as well when faced with such an enemy. He would have used his trump card directly in order to gain some sense of security. The Ghost King's aura was so terrifying that it was as if he really came from the netherworld. Even the breath Fu Bo puffed out was ghastly. Most cultivators who came into contact with his breath would be killed instantly. The temperature in the entire world seemed to have dropped significantly because of him. Immediately after Fu Bo transformed into a Ghost King, Yang Kai reached him and lifted his huge myriad sword before slashing at his opponent. Fu Bo looked coldly at him and didn't seem to have any intention of evading. He just raised his hand and met the attack head-on. With a loud clang, sparks were seen as the myriad's sword rang upon impact. Feeling a pain in his hand, Yang Kai appeared slightly surprised. He hadn't used all his strength for this strike because it would be unbearable for Myriad's sword. After all, this emperor artifact was the heirloom of the Qin family. He had promised Qin Zhaoyang that after Qin Yu reached the emperor realm, he would return the sword to their family. If he broke the sword now, he would have a hard time explaining himself. However, even though he didn't use all his might, most cultivators wouldn't be able to parry this strike. Yang Kai hadn't expected Fu Bo to be able to fend it off, and in a nonchalant fashion at that. At that moment, he was forced to reevaluate the monster this old man had turned into. Although Yang Kai had frequently come into contact with those from the Netherworld sect, it was the first time he saw someone using this Ghost King transformation. So, he didn't know that a Ghost King had a tough body and incredible physical strength. After parrying the attack, Fu Bo's actions didn't slow as he used his other claw to pierce towards Yang Kai's chest. His claws were pointed and surrounded by an aura of death. Apparently, he had the intention of digging out Yang Kai's heart. Although Yang Kai was a half-dragon, he wouldn't dare to underestimate the power of this claw. Stomping the ground, he immediately withdrew. More than a dozen kilometers away, a flabbergasted Lan he exclaimed, "Behind you! Watch out!" She could see that a figure had suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai, who was busy evading the claw. The person was so swift that even the onlookers like them didn't notice it at first. It wasn't until the person appeared that they were alerted. It was none other than the Holy Master of Brahma Holy Land, Su Changfeng. The black sword in his hand didn't reflect any light at all, as he attempted to silently stab the weapon into Yang Kai. Although his move wasn't as powerful as that of Fu Bo, it would deal a fatal blow to Yang Kai if it landed. 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters had joined forces to attack Yang Kai from front and back, as if they had discussed it in advance. Hardly anyone in this world could escape such a combination. At the critical moment, though, Yang Kai swung his hand, after which a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure looked like a human and was as tall as an average person, but its entire body was made from stones with things that resembled bone spurs sticking out of its body, which made him look like a stone hedgehog. Apart from its hideous figure, it was also surrounded by a mysterious flame. A light clang was heard as Su Chongfeng's black sword struck the stone hedgehog. His sword, which was sharp enough to cut through the hardest metals, wasn't able to harm this suddenly appeared figure in the slightest. Instead, his attack was easily fended off. Su Chongfeng appeared startled as he stared at the stone hedgehog with widened eyes. At that instant, he thought he was dreaming. What is this? Where did this thing come from? He couldn't believe that his fatal attack would be blocked by this strange thing. The embodiment lowered his head to look at the sword which was touching his chest before he lifted his gaze to stare at Su Chongfeng. Following that, an eerie grin appeared on his angular face. Su Chongfeng was flabbergasted as he didn't expect that the thing before his eyes was actually a living creature. After that thought flashed across his mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of hostility sweeping over him. With the sword pressed against his chest, the embodiment actually stepped forward and forced Su Chongfeng to retreat. A divine spirit! Su Chongfeng exclaimed as he could feel a divine spirit's aura wafting from this stone hedgehog. Upon studying the latter's figure, he searched his memory as an inconceivable idea sprang into his mind. He is the divine spirit Shihua, the one who destroyed one of the top sects, Black Tortoise Sect, in the Eastern Territory millennia ago. Why is he here? Where did he come from? Isn't he supposed to be in the ancient wild lands? More and more questions popped in Su Chongfeng's mind, but he couldn't find the answers to these questions. All he knew was that he was in trouble. Although he was a third-order emperor, he still wasn't comparable to a divine spirit. In the ancient lands, those divine spirits were also addressed as divine venerables, and they had 32 monster kings as subordinates. Su Chongfeng was at best equivalent to a monster king. Even the monster kings served those divine spirits, so how could he be a match for the divine spirit before his eyes? Was all this an elaborate trap set up by that brat? Otherwise, why would a divine spirit like Shihua appear to deal with me? But this doesn't make sense at all. Divine spirits of the ancient lands have not appeared in public for centuries, and they have avoided conflicts with any of the great forces in the Eastern Territory. That's because we have great emperors in the Eastern Territory. It's fine if they just stay in the ancient wild lands to live their lives, but if they dare to come out and make a fuss, it is akin to courting death. As these ideas flashed across Su Chongfeng's mind, he was shaken to the core, upon which he quickly retreated and widened the gap with the embodiment. Without racing after him, the embodiment just shook his head as the bone spurs on his body burned brightly. Then, he stared coldly at Su Chongfeng as if the latter was a dead man, which prompted an urge to flee for his life in the latter. More than a dozen kilometers away, Tang Xiang and the others were stunned by the sudden change as well. When Lan He shouted to warn Yang Kai of the danger just now, Tang Xiang was shocked. After all, her actions might infuriate Su Chongfeng. After Su Chongfeng and Fu Bo killed Yang Kai, Heavenly Wolf Valley would be in trouble. He had a sound reason to refuse Su Chongfeng's request to turn the valley into a battlefield. However, if he allowed his disciple to give Yang Kai a warning in the midst of a battle, that would be unforgivable. Nevertheless, Lan He had already done it, so there was nothing he could do. Just when Tang Xiang had been frustrated, though, the embodiment appeared out of nowhere, after which Su Chongfeng started running away. The series of changes made Tang Xiang's mind turn blank. Qi Gui widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared fixedly at the battlefield. Subconsciously, he asked, "Valley Master Tang, did you see how that thing had appeared?" Tang Xiang replied, "I didn't see clearly." He only knew that the divine spirit Shihua appeared after Yang Kai waved his hand, so he knew that it had something to do with Yang Kai's space divine abilities. Maybe he had used a secret technique to instantly transfer Shihua to this place from some far-off location. However, this space was supposed to have been sealed off, so how did Yang Kai manage to transport Shihua there? Besides him, Su Chongfeng had the same doubt. If that was the case, the battle would be pointless. Since Yang Kai was still able to use instantaneous movement, he was practically invincible. Even if he was defeated in the end, he could still flee from this place. Nevertheless, would Yang Kai be defeated? Su Chongfeng looked past the embodiment and gazed at Fu Bo, who was already drenched in cold sweat. That was because, after only a short while, the ghost king form that Fu Bo had assumed had already been suppressed by Yang Kai as he growled incessantly. Although a ghost king was firm and strong, there were limits to his power. Yang Kai's half-dragon form was even more powerful than his ghost king form, and since Fu Bo's fortes were no longer an advantage, there was no way he could cause Yang Kai any trouble. Yang Kai kept slashing at Fu Bo with his myriad sword as clanging sounds rang out. Although his attacks couldn't really harm Fu Bo, it was pretty embarrassing for the latter. At that moment, Yang Kai kept waving his sword about, never giving Fu Bo a chance to catch his breath. With a sneer, he said, "For some reason, anyone with the surname Fu is born to be my enemy, and they always end up in a miserable state." Naturally, he was talking about the Fu clan of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island. In fact, there were some people on Dragon Island who were more powerful than him. Unfortunately, members of the Dragon Clan could be restricted by bloodline suppression. Yang Kai possessed the Golden Divine Dragon Source, which put him in an advantageous position when dealing with the Dragon Clan. Even the Great Elder and the Second Elder of the Dragon Clan were not able to kill Yang Kai no matter how hard they tried. This was the reason Yang Kai had the guts to visit Dragon Island again. Without this power, heading to Dragon Island would have been suicide. Today, this king will kill you and wipe Netherworld's sect from the world. Yang Kai was ruthless in his strikeout and cursed at Fu Bo. After such a provocation, Fu Bo's eyes turned bloodshot and he bellowed, "Boy, you destroyed the foundation of our sect in Grand Desolation Star Field already. So today, one of us must die." After Yin Lushang was killed by Yang Kai, Fu Bo didn't get his revenge because he was wary of Luan Feng. However, upon learning that their foundation in Grand Desolation Star Field had been destroyed, he couldn't hold back his fury anymore. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "You know what happened in Grand Desolation Star Field?" An idea suddenly flashed across his mind as he realized something. "It's no wonder that those from Netherworld sect dare to go against me once again. I understand the reason now." Upon realizing that he had said something he should not have, Fu Bo immediately kept his mouth shut. Nevertheless, his ghost king form had become even more ferocious as he regained spirits. Earlier, he was embarrassed at the fact that he had been suppressed by Yang Kai even though he had assumed such a mighty form. However, he soon realized that although Yang Kai's moves were swift, the latter couldn't possibly harm him. His ghost king form was indestructible, so there was no way a mere second-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai could kill him. With this thought in mind, he knew that he was practically invincible. Seeing that Yang Kai lifted his sword again, Fu Bo snorted and stopped evading. Instead, he reached out his hand to grab the blade and twist it. Upon feeling the immense power of the strike, Yang Kai was stunned as he staggered toward Fu Bo. "Damn brat, die." Fu Bo grinned and bellowed as he attempted to claw at Yang Kai, envisioning the sight of the latter's head flying off. Just when he thought he was about to defeat Yang Kai though, a sense of uneasiness suddenly filled Fu Bo's heart. Raising his head, he realized that instead of looking flustered, Yang Kai had put on a meaningful grin on his face as he sent out a claw of his own at Fu Bo's palm. Fu Bo could faintly feel that the aura around Yang Kai had changed significantly as the latter now gave off an incredibly imposing air. He could even see that scales started appearing on Yang Kai's skin. The scales looked similar to those of a snake, but they seemed more abstruse. While Fu Bo was lost in doubt, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Flabbergasted, he quickly withdrew his hand and pushed the myriad sword away before leaping backwards. When he lowered his head, his pupils contracted because he realized that in the middle of his rock-hard claw, there were holes that were bleeding. "I was injured." He couldn't believe his eyes. He knew better than anyone else how sturdy his ghost king form was, so how was it possible that he was wounded? Moreover, the wounds were apparently caused by Yang Kai's fingers. How did he do this? Fu Bo dazedly lifted his head to look at Yang Kai in an attempt to find out what dirty trick the latter had played on him. However, the sight before his eyes made his pupils contract, because Yang Kai's figure had gone through an enormous change. At this moment, two horns had protruded on Yang Kai's forehead, and a layer of golden scales had covered all his exposed skin. His hands had transformed into sharp claws that were somewhat similar to his own Ghost King form. Nevertheless, Fu Bo's aura was grim and gloomy while Yang Kai's aura was noble and overbearing. The two auras clashed as they appeared to be starkly different from each other. Fu Bo's chest tightened as he examined Yang Kai's form. A horrifying idea sprang into his mind as he pointed at Yang Kai and stammered, "Why you?" Yang Kai had put away the myriad sword as he flicked away the blood on his right dragon claw. Staring at Fu Bo, he uttered nonchalantly, "What a coincidence. I can also transform. I wonder which of our transformations is stronger." Fu Bo's heart sank as he wasn't willing to believe his own speculation, but the sight before his eyes suggested that his guess was the truth. On the other side, Qi Gui was shaken to the core while Tang Sheng, Qian Xiuying, and Lan He were all equally dumbfounded. They had never expected that the situation would suddenly change yet again. Initially, although Yang Kai had the upper hand and was suppressing Fu Bo with his speed and agility, they knew that the situation wouldn't last long, as no matter how fast Yang Kai could attack or how agile he was, if he couldn't harm his enemy, he was only blindly wasting his energy. As long as Fu Bo landed a single attack, he would be able to injure Yang Kai. It wasn't easy to bear a Ghost King's attack. They were still worried about Yang Kai when the situation turned around in the blink of an eye. "He's a dragonkin?" Qi Gui felt a sense of coldness rising from his toes to his head, as he didn't expect that Yang Kai had a dragon vein, which meant that Yang Kai was a half-dragon as well as a dragon descendant. That was an incredible bloodline. The future of anyone with a dragon vein was limitless, even though their bloodline might not be pure. Furthermore, Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, and he possessed the mountains and rivers bell. It would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for anyone to possess one of these opportunities, but now Yang Kai had all of them. Even a prodigy like Qi Gui couldn't help but feel jealous of Yang Kai. He lamented that the heavens were unfair for giving the latter so many benefits. Then, he recalled that he recklessly challenged him just now, and felt relieved that he had chosen to back down. Judging from the methods Yang Kai had showcased so far, it would have taken him only one move to end Qi Gui's life. "Damn it!" Fu Bo bellowed with a bitter expression as if he had just swallowed a fly. He wasn't cursing at Yang Kai. Instead, he was blaming the person who had provoked him into this matter. The other party didn't tell him that Yang Kai was a dragonkin. If Fu Bo had known this earlier, he wouldn't have come to find fault with Yang Kai. He didn't know how many generations it had been since Yang Kai inherited his dragon bloodline. However, since the dragon clan was involved, he wouldn't dare to offend Yang Kai as he pleased, as no one knew whether those from Dragon Island would interfere in this matter. Once that happened, even if there were 10 Netherworld sects, they would still be destroyed. At that instant, he realized that the person who gave him the information must have been aware of Yang Kai's strength and background, because the person had said that they had battled against Yang Kai in Grand Desolation Star Field before. Otherwise, the person wouldn't have suggested Fu Bo join forces with Brahma Holy Land and go all out to kill Yang Kai. Looking back, he realized that this was a fool's errand. The consequence of going all out was that both great forces had suffered immense losses. Even his trump card couldn't help him turn the situation around. The Ghost King form was indeed incredible, with a sturdy body and unrivaled strength, but everything was relative. Facing a dragonkin, his Ghost King form strengths were laughable. A 10-meter-tall half-dragon form was already considered a fantastic bloodline awakening for a dragonkin with an impure bloodline. But at this moment, Fu Bo had the urge to turn around and flee. If he knew that Yang Kai could actually transform into a 300-meter half-dragon, he wouldn't even have the guts to stand before him. While Fu Bo was still in a dazed state, Yang Kai had already made a move. Fu Bo couldn't even clearly see Yang Kai's movements, as all he felt was a gust of wind approaching him. Lifting his head, Fu Bo realized that Yang Kai was extending his dragon claw towards him. A flustered Fu Bo immediately raised his own claw to parry the attack. As their claws contacted, Fu Bo let out a scream as new holes formed on his palm, covering it in blood. Nevertheless, Yang Kai wasn't done with him as he charged forward and made all sorts of moves like grabbing, scratching, and kicking. Unlike how an Emperor Realm Master was supposed to deal with his enemy, Yang Kai was now battling using pure brute force. The ghost king Fu Bo growled and puffed out green breaths as all his muscles swelled up as he resisted Yang Kai's attacks. Hong! 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 As loud crashes were heard, the two gigantic figures struggled across the flatland. Their movements were so swift that it was difficult for the others to see them clearly. They looked like two flickering beams of lights that had entangled each other as blood dripped from the sky. A moment later, the two figures suddenly separated. Yang Kai's half-dragon form was standing proudly in the sky as he looked down with a cold expression. Several dozen meters away from him, the Ghost King was panting heavily as his entire body was covered in blood holes. His 30-meter-tall figure was already drenched in blood. Paired with his hideous face, he appeared quite horrifying. At this moment, Fu Bo's right arm had turned limp, as if there were no bones in it. Apparently, Yang Kai had disabled it. A Ghost King was touted to have impenetrable skin and indestructible muscles. If they hadn't seen it for themselves that a Ghost King had become so battered in a battle, the others watching wouldn't have believed it. However, the fact that the person who had caused all this was a half-dragon made the onlookers from afar think that it all made sense. Elder Qi, your vision is indeed sharp. This Tang is impressed. Tang Sheng sighed. When Qi Gui said that Yang Kai could survive, he didn't believe him. After all, two top sects had dispatched so many Emperor Realm Masters, so even an ordinary third-order emperor wouldn't have stood a chance of escaping, let alone a second-order emperor like Yang Kai. However, the outcome of the battle wasn't determined by how many people either side had. Yang Kai's inconceivable skills and methods allowed him to kill over half of the Emperor Realm Masters besieging him in a short time, while the remaining ones had all fled as none of them had the guts to fight with him head-on again. Su Chongfeng's sneak attack was undoubtedly brilliant, but Shihua was able to render all his attempts futile. On the other hand, Yang Kai in his half-dragon form was able to suppress Fu Bo's Ghost King form with ease. There was no way Fu Bo would win this battle, and no one knew whether he could leave this place alive. So what about Su Chongfeng? Tang Shang turned to look at Su Chongfeng, after which he was startled. That was because the situation Su Chongfeng was in was just as perilous as that of Fu Bo. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he was indeed powerful, but that didn't mean he could handle a divine spirit like Shihua. This flaming stone man was the horrifying being who had destroyed Black Tortoise Sect, and whose name could still arouse people's fear after so many millennia. Faced with such an opponent, Su Chongfeng had basically run out of luck. Since the beginning, he had been on the defensive, unable to even strike back. Even concentrating all his efforts to protect himself, though, Su Chongfeng was still in a dangerous situation. His battered appearance was starkly different from his elegant self earlier, and his disheveled hair made him look more like a dirty beggar than a noble holy master. Now, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Tang Shang was gripped by a surreal feeling. Before the battle, he firmly believed that Yang Kai was doomed, but the following series of events caught him off guard. Now, he felt that Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng were the ones destined to die here today. At that moment, he recalled what Lan He asked him earlier. Master, if he manages to survive, will you regret your decisions? Would he regret it? Certainly he would. Now, Tang Shang was gripped by a bitter feeling in his heart. If he knew this would be the outcome, he would have made sure to be on good terms with Yang Kai. Tang Shang knew that after a chance slipped through his fingers, it was no use crying over it. He had told Yang Kai that the faith token from Spirit Beast Island was just a fabricated story, so if he told him the truth now, it would be akin to giving himself a slap in the face. He wasn't shameless enough to do that. Nevertheless, he was truly impressed by Qi Gui's vision. When it came to their cultivation, Qi Gui was a first-order emperor while he was a second-order master, so he was the more powerful one. When it came to age and experience, a rising star like Qi Gui was naturally not comparable to him at all either. However, before the fight, Qi Gui had already predicted that Yang Kai would survive, which went to show that his instincts were sharper than Tang Shang's. Maybe that was the difference between these rising stars and him. With their far-sightedness, these rising stars were destined to surpass him one day. Qi Gui uttered impassively, "It's still too early to come to any conclusion. Instead of becoming elated that his prediction had been proven right, he appeared cautious. As he darted his gaze around, he seemed to be looking for something. Upon hearing that, Tang Sheng frowned as he didn't understand what Qi Gui meant. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to tell that Yang Kai would certainly win this battle. Fu Bo and Su Changfeng would be considered lucky if they could escape, so why would there be any changes now? Tang Sheng took a look at the remaining 7 or 8 Emperor Realm Masters from the 2 top sects and shook his head. These people didn't even have the courage to help their sect master and holy master, as they all appeared terrified. Apparently, they were shocked by Yang Kai's brutal actions just now, so they were definitely not the factor that could turn the situation around. After Yang Kai and Shi Hua respectively settled Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, these people would immediately disperse. What did Qi Gui mean by that? Tang Sheng was puzzled. While they were speaking, a change took place again on the battlefield. The murderous intent around Yang Kai surged as he pointed his finger at the rotating mountains and river's bell, after which it turned into a beam of light and attempted to envelop Fu Bo. A pressure that seemed able to suppress the world spread out. With a cold expression, Yang Kai stared at him and said, "Fu Bo, since you've decided to stick your neck out, I'll grant your wish by cutting your head and sending you to hell." Fu Bo was astounded as his ghost king form attempted to evade the pressure from the mountains and river's bell. However, no matter how he tried to move around or use his power to block the bell, he couldn't stop it from coming at him at all. This ancient exotic artifact chased after him closely as its immense aura targeted him, as though he would never be able to flee from the bell wherever he went. "I'll die. I'll definitely die." If Fu Bo was still at full strength, he might stand a chance to survive. However, after his battle with Yang Kai, his entire body was wounded, so he had no energy left to resist the bell's pressure. As he felt the suppressive force pressing down on him, Fu Bo even heard his bones begin cracking. "Brother Wu, save me." Fu Bo couldn't take it anymore as he yelled. What he had just done was strange. Besides the psychologically prepared Yang Kai, Tang Sheng and the others were confused. Right after the yell, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared and tried to land a fist on Yang Kai. At that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be trembling as world principles undulated. A gigantic fist, which was surrounded by an aura that seemed able to shatter worlds, appeared right in front of Yang Kai's eyes. The turn of events shocked Tang Sheng and the others. So they really had another trump card, Qi Gui said through clenched teeth. When he was taking action with the people from the 2 top sects earlier, he could feel that these cultivators were not all they had. They seemed to be hiding something, but he couldn't detect it because his cultivation was still too low, leaving it as just a vague feeling. Upon seeing the sight before his eyes, Qi Gui knew that his instincts were right. The people that the 2 great forces had dispatched were not all they had. There was still a hidden master behind them. Judging from the person strike, he was also a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, one who was possibly even more powerful than Fu Bo or Su Changfeng. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't be regarded as a trump card. The unexpected fist came when Yang Kai was focused on chasing after Fu Bo. Could be said that he was not expecting the attack, so it wasn't hard to predict the outcome. While the color drained from Lan He's face, even Qi Gui didn't have the heart to keep watching. A half-dragon form was indeed strong, and it was even sturdier than Fu Bo's Ghost King form. Nevertheless, a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master had been lurking in the dark and observing for a long time, so he must be confident of defeating his opponent with this strike. Qi Gui sported a disdainful expression. Although he was addicted to battles and loved bloodshed, he had his own principles he lived by. He would only challenge people who were stronger than he was in order to strengthen his martial heart and understanding of the Grand Tao. The fact that 2 top sects had sent out so many people to deal with a single 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai could be regarded as oppression. Now, there was even a hidden 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master taking action. The word, despicable, wasn't even strong enough to describe this action. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the gigantic fist shadow directly landed on Yang Kai's back. And as expected, he couldn't react in time as he was focused on dealing with Fu Bo. As an explosion rang out, the space where Yang Kai stood seemed to tremble. He seemed to have turned into a puff of smoke, as if he had been blown apart by this fist. Seeing this, he shuddered and almost collapsed to the ground. He's dead? How can this be? I haven't even repaid his favor for saving me. How could he be killed just like that? Just then, the battered Fu Bo guffawed. No matter how conniving you are, you still have fallen into my trap. Damn brat, this is the consequence of opposing this king. However, before he could celebrate his victory, he knitted his brows together. Lifting his head, he realized that Mountains and Rivers Bell was still falling towards him rapidly. As the immense pressure engulfed him, Fu Bo realized that he couldn't move his ghost king form at all. Flustered, he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Xianxia had been killed, so why would the ancient exotic artifact still pressure him? He was both anxious and regretful. When he saw Xianxia get blown apart, he became complacent and stopped trying to escape from the bell. That short moment of hesitation made him unable to flee again. He moved his figure with difficulty, but before he could escape, the bell had already landed and suppressed him beneath it. It was then that the unknown master, who had appeared out of nowhere just now, shouted, "Watch out!" Nevertheless, it was too late, as he could only watch Fu Bo getting covered by the bell. At that instant, crying and howling as well as clanging sounds could be heard coming from the bell, but those soon fell silent. The sound of the Mountains and Rivers Bell ringing out was able to suppress all creation. As Fu Bo was stuck inside it, he would be put in an even more unfavorable position if he made a fuss. After trying to break free from the bell for a bit, Fu Bo stopped moving and waited for the others to save him. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. Just then, a voice was heard murmuring, attracting all eyes towards its source. It was then that everyone saw that Xianxia, who was supposed to have exploded to pieces, had appeared again as he was still very much alive. His dragon claws were forming a set of abstruse hand seals, and with a cold and aloof expression, he shouted and pushed out his palms. "Time flies seal." All of a sudden, the world seemed to come to a halt. When the newcomer realized that something was off, Xianxia's palm was already right in front of his eyes. He was stunned as he instinctively felt that this strike was not to be underestimated. So he quickly made a move by forming a blood mist around himself and pushing his palm out. At the same time, he turned into a blood-colored beam of light and retreated. Unexpectedly, the Time Flies seal penetrated the blood mist without any pause and landed on the unknown master. Upon impact, the person spat a mouthful of blood, and under the corrosive time principles, he seemed to have aged by several dozen years in an instant as some gray hair appeared on his head. Time Flies Seal, the signature divine ability of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Qi Gui shouted as his jaw dropped so wide an egg could easily be stuffed into it. Tang Sheng's forehead was already covered in cold sweat as he uttered, "Elder Qi, are you sure that's the divine ability of Flowing Time Great Emperor?" Qi Gui turned to look at him and asked in shock, "Valley Master Tang, you're older than me. Have you never heard of this divine ability?" An embarrassed Tang Sheng replied, "I've heard of it before, but it has been tens of thousands of years since Flowing Time Great Emperor passed away. How did Xianxia learn this divine ability?" Qi Gui uttered, "I'm just a junior. How am I supposed to know?" Upon hearing that, Tang Sheng found his answer sensible. How was Qi Gui supposed to know something that even he didn't? Tang Sheng felt his mind must have become a mess because he was too shocked. Time Fly Seal was a divine ability that was related to time principles, so he couldn't believe that Xianxia could use it as well. It wouldn't be so shocking if Xianxia was only bluffing. However, judging from the newcomer's appearance, he indeed aged significantly in an instant, which could only be caused by the corrosion of time. In other words, the Time Fly Seal was real. Xianxia was able to use two extremely esoteric and abstruse principle strengths, time principles and space principles, making his prowess and power truly heaven-defying. Although it was difficult to begin cultivating the Tao of space and even harder to master it, there were still a small number of people who were experts in this field. For example, Li Wu-Yi from Spirit Beast Island was a master of the Tao of space. However, it was much harder to comprehend the Tao of time than the Tao of space. Over the past 100,000 years of the star boundary, only one person was able to make a name for himself with his mastery over the Tao of Time, Flowing Time Great Emperor. Some people had even speculated that if it weren't because the Flowing Time Great Emperor had passed away too soon, he would have the right to fight with heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Kuang for the title of strongest in the history of the star boundary. However, what puzzled Tang Shang was the identity of the master who had appeared all of a sudden. Upon inspection, he was sure that this person was a third-order emperor, but his face was unfamiliar. Tang Shang was certain that he didn't know any emperor realm master that looked like this man. This man seemed to have appeared from nowhere, and no one could trace back to his origins. On the other hand, Yang Kai pretended to have fallen into their trap and then made a surprise attack on his opponent, as if he had already predicted all this beforehand. Wu Heng, this king has been waiting for you. What took you so long? After all but crippling his opponent, Yang Kai didn't press his advantage and instead looked mockingly at this person called Wu Heng. 100,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Wolf Valley, a beam of light was breaking through the sky at the speed of a meteor. Anyone with an acute vision would be able to see the true form of this light. He was an energetic-looking elderly man with a red face. At this moment, the elderly man seemed to be avoiding something as he kept flying forward. With a furious expression, he seemed to be cursing at someone. All of a sudden, he sensed something as he turned to look in a different direction, upon which he appeared stunned. This aura, impossible. Just then, in the direction he was heading, space rippled slightly, as if it was melting. The intact space showed signs that it was being torn apart as a crack soon appeared. The elderly man narrowed his eyes and said through clenched teeth, "That damn boy is already here. That's too soon. Is he trying to chase me to death?" Despite the fact that he was fairly powerful, he knew full well the other party's power, so it was difficult for him to get rid of that person. Then, he darted his gaze around as an idea came into his mind. Following that, he turned around and headed in the direction he was looking at just now. The direction was where Heavenly Wolf Valley was located. In just a short moment, the space tier expanded as two figures nonchalantly walked out of it. It was a man and a woman. The man appeared brave and heroic, while the woman was enchanting and alluring. The two of them looked like a couple made in heaven. Upon inspection, the man heaved a sigh. He fled again, the woman said through gritted teeth. "That old thing is pretty quick. It's not like we're trying to kill him. Why is he so anxious?" The man burst into laughter. "Although we're not going to kill him, we're trying to restrict his freedom. Naturally, he's reluctant." The woman shot him a look and snorted. "Are you speaking up for him, or what? What's wrong? Do you intend to let him off?" The man shook his head. "Sir has given the order, so I can't let him off even if I wanted to. We'd better keep someone that dangerous under our watch. If his ferocious nature is reignited, the world will be thrown into chaos." He paused for a moment and smiled. It would be all right if he stayed in the Southern Territory. However, since he had the guts to come to the Eastern Territory, and Arthur chanced upon him, he will have to stay on Spirit Beast Island from now on. "Enough nonsense, we need to follow him now or we'll lose him," the woman urged in an impatient manner. The man nodded slightly and lifted his arm. As space principles undulated, a crack opened up in the space, after which the pair stepped into it together and disappeared. A moment later, the tear healed and vanished. Outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai used his Nihility secret technique to merge with the void at the most critical moment to evade his opponent's fatal sneak attack. Following that, he seized the opportunity to use his Time Flies seal on his attacker, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. After that, Yang Kai looked nonchalantly at the person and sneered, "Wu Heng, this king has been waiting for you. What took you so long?" The person who launched a sneak attack was none other than Wu Heng, the Starfield Master of Grand Desolation Starfield who had gotten into a conflict with Yang Kai. With a livid face, Wu Heng pushed his Emperor Qi to counter the rampaging time principles within his body, blood still leaking from his mouth as he bellowed, "How did you know I was here?" Although Yang Kai didn't kill his father or snatch his wife, the feud between them was practically unresolvable. After all, Yang Kai had taken millions of kilometers of the Grand Desolation star field from him. Although snatching this small stretch of territory wouldn't harm the foundation of a star field, it would have a huge impact on Wu Heng's future. Whether or not a star field was intact was a deciding factor for Wu Heng's journey on the Martial Dao. A broken star field also destabilized the star field source within his body, making him unable to cultivate in peace. As time went by, even though it wouldn't cause his cultivation to fall, it would be difficult for him to reach new heights. Previously, he had suffered a setback because the management of Star Court had interfered in the conflict, so he could only let Yang Kai have his territory. Although the Star Court could interfere in the matters regarding star fields, Star Envoys couldn't possibly intervene if he wanted to retaliate against Yang Kai in the star boundary. As long as he could kill Yang Kai here, he could regain control of his star field. He might even be able to invade Hung Luo star field again and complete his previous plan. Since he was Grand Desolation Starfield's master, he was somewhat related to Netherworld sect as well, and after the previous incident, Wu Heng had pulled himself together and returned to the star boundary. Then he found Fu Bo and told him to find out Yang Kai's whereabouts. He had never expected that the heavens would send him such a gift. Yang Kai, who was supposed to be in the Southern Territory, suddenly arrived in the Eastern Territory. Qi Family Fort informed Netherworld sect about it, who then discussed it with Wu Heng and came up with this plan. However, what puzzled Wu Heng was that Yang Kai seemed to have predicted that he would appear here. Yang Kai chuckled. The reason Fu Bo is aware of what had happened in Grand Desolation Star Field must be because you told him about it. Since there's such a connection between you two, this king would be a fool if he didn't know that you were lurking in the dark. This king is also certain that you are the mastermind behind this plot. Fu Bo had held back his anger for a long time, and if it weren't because of Wu Heng, he wouldn't have attempted to retaliate against Yang Kai. No wonder. Wu Heng looked resentfully at the mountains and river's bell. His gaze seemed able to penetrate the bell and lock onto Fu Bo as he appeared furious. He had never expected that Fu Bo's slip of the tongue would allow Yang Kai to figure everything out. Taking that into consideration, the reason he had suffered a setback this time was due to Fu Bo. That waste! He cursed Fu Bo in his heart. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai continued, Those surnamed Fu always end up in a miserable state when they oppose this king. But the same is true for those surnamed Wu. Wu Heng, your life had been spared previously, so you should have treasured it more. How dare you come find fault with this king again? Do you think this king doesn't dare to kill you? Upon finishing his threats, Yang Kai's murderous intent seemed to materialize as it engulfed Wu Heng. With a livid expression, Wu Heng snorted, You think you can kill this king? Yang Kai arched his brow. You seem confident. Let me guess. Besides you, that person is also here, right? Wu Heng's expression changed slightly when he heard those words, but he soon composed himself and snorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Kai scoffed. I'm spouting nonsense? He scanned the surroundings and stared fixedly at a particular location. Hey you! Since you've come, why don't you show yourself? Do you think I can't see you? There's someone else lurking in the dark. Tang Shang, Qian Xiuing, and Qi Gui were dumbfounded. They were already astounded that Wu Heng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After all, they had never heard of Wu Heng, nor did they know where he came from. Nevertheless, that didn't make sense to them. After all, a third-order emperor wouldn't emerge from nowhere for no reason at all. People with such cultivation were famous figures. However, Wu Heng's name was unfamiliar to them and none of them had even heard of him. However, there was one more surprise. After Wu Heng's arrival, Yang Kai suddenly called out someone else and stared fixedly at a particular location, as if he was certain that another top master was hiding there. It wasn't certain whether this shadowy figure existed as he hadn't appeared. However, Tang Shang and the others had a strange feeling that he must be even stronger than Wu Heng. After all, the one who appeared last must be the strongest. Wu Heng, Fu Bo, and Su Chongfeng were all third-order emperors. So what realm was this hidden master in? Suddenly, a horrifying idea sprang into their minds. Tang Shang and Qi Gui traded glances and saw the terror behind each other's gaze. There's really someone else. Lan He suddenly covered her mouth and stared at that location in disbelief. As space fluctuated, a mysterious figure appeared all of a sudden. He was wearing a golden crown and clad in purple robes. His hands were folded behind his back as he looked down at everyone in a dispassionate manner. He appeared so aloof that it was as if a deity was gazing at mere mortals on the ground. His gaze gave off a discomforting feeling, as though everyone else was an ant in his eyes. He didn't reveal his strength, nor was anyone at the scene able to find out his cultivation. Nevertheless, anyone who saw him was certain that he was much stronger than everyone else present. A pseudo-great emperor, Tang Sheng exclaimed as his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Qi Gui also gulped and subconsciously nodded. Lan He turned to look at her master. A pseudo-great emperor? What do you mean? It was the first time she heard this term. Although she was an emperor realm master, she was only in the first order. Therefore, her life experiences were a little shallow and she was not yet aware of certain secrets. Tang Sheng and Qi Gui were focused on the purple-robed man, so they didn't hear what she had said, and that was why they didn't reply to her. Qian Xiaoying heaved a sigh and sent her a divine sense transmission. Little he, there is a group of people in this world who are stronger than third-order emperors, but are weaker than great emperors. Each one of these people is incredibly powerful, just a half step away from becoming great emperors. We call these people pseudo-great emperors. If one doesn't count the great emperors, these people are considered the strongest. A shocked Lan He uttered, "There are such people in this world?" It was the first time she heard about it. Qian Xiaoying nodded. Yes, and there are quite a number of them. For example, you've heard of Senior Li Wuyi, yes? He's the strongest among all the pseudo-great emperors. Lan He nodded in acknowledgement, but she soon asked curiously, "Since there are many of them, why have I never heard of such a title before?" Qian Xiaoying explained patiently. Once they reach such a height, there's basically no room for growth in their cultivation anymore, unless they challenge a great emperor for their position. That's why most of them cultivate in seclusion, preparing for that opportunity. This also means that most of them disappear from the world and don't easily show themselves. Of course, there's an exception to everything. Senior Li Wuyi, for example. Lan He bowed her head to show that she understood her. Then she said furiously, "But this is blatant oppression then. In order to deal with a second-order emperor like Yang Kai, 2 top sects in the Eastern Territory had deployed all their top combat power. However, they only had themselves to blame for their failure. After that, Wu Heng appeared and launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai, which was an extremely despicable act. Now, there was even a pseudo-great emperor lurking in the shadows. If Yang Kai hadn't pointed it out, this person would probably have kept hiding until he found the right chance to deal a fatal blow. Since a pseudo-great emperor had arrived, no one else besides a great emperor could suppress him. This purple-robed man was basically bullying Yang Kai. Lan He was extremely vexed as she thought about the situation Yang Kai was in as she darted her gaze between Wu Heng and the unknown man, finding them to be hideous and shameless characters. If possible, Lan He wanted to give Yang Kai a hand regardless of the consequences. Even if her cultivation was restricted, it was better than just standing there watching. However, she knew that since a mighty pseudo-great emperor had appeared, even the top 3 sects in the Eastern Territory wouldn't dare to offend him, let alone a trivial heavenly wolf valley. If she offended this person, the consequences would be unbearable for her. At that instant, she was gripped by a bitter feeling, one that for the first time made her desperately crave greater strength. If she was powerful enough, she wouldn't just be an onlooker. If she was powerful enough, she could have repaid Yang Kai's favor for saving her life. Unfortunately, she was only a first-order emperor. When she was lucky enough to reach this realm, she thought that she was already one of the few top cultivators in the world. She had been proud of her success and effort, and it wasn't until this day that she realized that there were always stronger cultivators out there. Second-order Emperor Realm Masters were stronger than First-order Emperor Realm Masters, while pseudo-great emperors were more powerful than third-order emperors. Furthermore, there were the great emperors who were even mightier than the pseudo-great emperors. Would there be even more formidable beings than the great emperors? While Lan He was deep in thought, she appeared dejected as she really thought that Yang Kai was doomed this time. A pseudo-great emperor had appeared, so there was no way Yang Kai could survive. Nevertheless, she didn't understand why such an illustrious figure would want to make things difficult for Yang Kai. Although she hadn't frequently come into contact with Yang Kai, she didn't think the latter was a wicked person. Why would so many people want him dead after he arrived in the Eastern Territory? Moreover, his opponents only became increasingly stronger. The purple-robed man stared impassively at Yang Kai and nodded. This king is impressed that you've found out that I am here. It's no wonder that Yang Yen favors you so greatly. Who is Yang Yen? Tang Shang and the others were puzzled. Be it Wu Hong or the purple-robed man, it was the first time they had even heard of such people. Nevertheless, the purple-robed man suddenly mentioned Yang Yen, another unfamiliar name to them. Tang Shang and the others couldn't help but feel helpless. Suddenly, they realized that there was so much they didn't know. So what if Tang Shang was the valley master of Heavenly Wolf Valley? So what if Qi Gui was the top cultivator among the younger generation of Ahan Temple? They couldn't even understand what these people before them were saying, as if they were living in two different worlds. That realization made them feel dejected. On the other side, Yang Kai snorted, "This space has been sealed off from the rest of the world, but I couldn't find any traces of a spirit array. Neither Netherworld Sect nor Brahma Holy Land is capable of something like this. Wu Hong is also not powerful enough to do that. After giving it a thought, it was easy to conclude it was you behind all of this." The space around Yang Kai had been sealed, and although it couldn't stop him from using his combat-oriented space divine abilities, he couldn't use instantaneous movement to leave this place. No ordinary person could accomplish this, and since Wu Hong could appear, that meant this man could as well. After all, Yang Kai knew these two were related in some way. Compared to Wu Heng's grudges against Yang Kai, this purple-robed man was a bigger threat because he lusted after Yang Kai's sealed world bead and mountains and rivers bell. Previously, thanks to Yang Yan's protection, as well as the fact that they were in a lower star field, the purple-robed man had no choice but to retreat. Now that they were in the star boundary, however, this man certainly wouldn't let this chance slip through his fingers. Seeing that Yang Kai was glancing around, the purple-robed man said dispassionately, "Don't bother. Yang Yen isn't here, so she won't be able to protect you." Hearing that, Yang Kai burst into laughter. "You misunderstand. I'm not looking for Yang Yen. I'm just curious how you managed to seal off this space." "You want to know?" The purple-robed man stared at him and asked, "Will you tell me? It seems that we can have a proper chat. What do you want to talk about?" "I don't think there's much to chat about here. Both of us have something the other wants. Certainly, we can have a talk to settle things peacefully." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai put on a smile and rubbed two fingers together, after which a sealed world bead appeared between his fingers. "You want this?" The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at the sealed world bead. His eternally calm gaze suddenly appeared fervent, though he remained silent. Just then, Yang Kai withdrew his hand and stored the sealed world bead before shaking his head. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. To be honest, this thing will only be effective in the hands of someone who has cultivated the Tao of space. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it." It was exactly because of this reason that Yang Yen decided to give the sealed world bead to Yang Kai. This thing could help its owner comprehend world force and smoothen the path towards the Grand Tao. So if Yang Yen could use it, she would have kept it for herself. Despite that, this thing was still useful to Yang Yen as well as this man. They were both peak-level masters, so if they could study the sealed world bead, they may be able to comprehend something about world force from it. The purple-robed man said, "I have my own reason for wanting this thing. Rest assured, I won't take it from you for free. Whatever demand you have, I will fulfill it for you." Although he appeared magnanimous, he was actually just wary of Yang Yen. He wasn't certain about the relationship between Yang Yen and Yang Kai. However, previously, Yang Yen had not hesitated to fall out with him in order to shield Yang Kai. Furthermore, the incident happened in Hung Luo Star Field, so he had his own speculation. If he decided to oppress Yang Kai and snatch the sealed world bead from him, he had to kill everyone at the scene to make sure that the news wouldn't be spread. Otherwise, if Yang Yen found out about it, he would be in trouble. If that woman became enraged, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, it would be a different story if Xianxia was willing to exchange it with him. He didn't force him or try to snatch it from him. It was a fair trade as both of them could get the things they wanted. Even if Yang Yen found out about it, she would have no reason to be upset. Upon hearing this, Xianxia fell into deep thought. As the purple-robed man observed Xianxia's expression, he became elated and thought that the latter indeed knew his place. Since I've shown myself, he must have realized that he can't keep that bead no matter what. Otherwise, why would he have this kind of expression? Hence, he decided to strike while the iron was hot by saying, Yang Yan and I are colleagues. Although we're not close friends, we're not on bad terms either. For her sake, I'll not treat you unfairly. Whatever request you have, this king won't reject you as long as it is within my ability. Upon hearing that, Wu Heng was flabbergasted as he exclaimed, Sir! He felt furious because this purple-robed man was being too generous to Xianxia. In any exchange, it was normal for the seller to ask for a higher price while the buyer demanded a lower price. But the purple-robed man directly revealed his bottom line, as if he wasn't worried that Xianxia would try to take the lion's share. But what if Xianxia came back with an outrageous demand? While Wu Heng was apprehensive, Tang Shang and the others were equally astonished. That was a promise as well as a guarantee from a pseudo-great emperor. As long as Xianxia nodded, he would gain the support of a powerful master. Tang Shang didn't know what the bead was or why it could make a pseudo-great emperor give this kind of promise, but if he was Xianxia, he would have immediately agreed to it. With the protection of such a powerful person, Xianxia could practically walk sideways around the star boundary, and no one would dare to offend him. Even Lan he secretly hoped that Xianxia would agree to this deal. After all, his life was more important than a treasure. Are you serious? Xianxia flashed a faint smile at the purple-robed man. I didn't expect you to be so generous. The purple-robed man replied lightly. It's said that a long-distance tests a horse's strength and time reveals a person's heart. This is the second time we have come across each other. So how are you able to know this king's temperament? Xianxia nodded. Fair enough. Then, he suddenly pointed at Wu Heng. What if I say I want Grand Desolation Starfield? Upon hearing that, Wu Heng roared. Bastard! There should be a limit even if you want to ask for the lion's share. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Before he could finish his words, the purple-robed man interrupted him by saying, While it will be a little difficult, this king may be able to grant your wish. Wu Heng's jaw dropped open as he looked dazedly at the purple-robed man, unable to believe what he had just heard. What? He agreed to it? How could he agree to such an outrageous request? After he recovered from the shock, Wu Heng was then gripped by a feeling of fear as he realized that he had underestimated the purple-robed man's desire for that bead. Since the purple-robed man could even agree to this kind of request, it went to show that the bead was truly important to him. Wu Heng now felt apprehensive. Since that was the case, he was afraid that he had to hand over his starfield source. Without his title as a starfield master, he was only an ordinary third-order emperor, and his future would turn bleak. At that instant, his face turned ashen as he looked resentfully at Xianxia. He didn't dare to hate the purple-robed man, so he could only shift his anger to Xianxia. At the same time, he was utterly regretful of his decision. If he knew that this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have gone all out to deal with Xianxia, as it was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his foot. At that moment, he was utterly sorrowful, but he was unable to shed a tear. Besides Wu Heng, Xianxia was also stunned, as he couldn't believe that this purple-robed man would agree to such an outrageous demand. Then, with a cold expression, Xianxia continued testing the waters. I also want him dead. The conflicted Wu Heng was flabbergasted upon hearing that. With his lips pressed together as he took a look at Xianxia and then at the purple-robed man. At the same time, he silently circulated his Emperor Qi, preparing to flee at any moment. If the purple-robed man agreed to this, he would be waiting for death if he didn't flee. Fortunately, after hearing this, the purple-robed man frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid I can't grant your wish. He's from the Star Court after all. It would be fine if he was killed in a conflict with someone else, but this king can't make a move on him. Otherwise, the great emperors won't let me off. Star Court. Upon hearing that, Tang Sheng, Qi Gui, and the others were so shocked that they started trembling. It was then they realized where these powerful but obscure top cultivators came from. They were from the Star Court, which was touted to be the most powerful and mysterious force in the entire star boundary. I understand. Yang Kai nodded as a glint flashed across his eyes. What do you understand? The purple-robed man asked with a frown. Yang Kai uttered, You've also cultivated a little bit of the Tao of space. The purple-robed man raised his brow and questioned calmly, Why do you think so? Yang Kai replied with a smile. I've already told you that only someone who has cultivated the Tao of space can make use of this bead, but you remain determined. Moreover, after I made such an unpleasant request, you agreed to it, so it's clear how desperately you want my bead. Since that's the case, you must have a way to use it. That's why I assume you are cultivating the Tao of space. At the same time, Yang Kai felt dejected in his heart. He thought that only a small number of people could grasp and cultivate the Tao of space, but recently, he had come across 2 people who had cultivated it. One of them was Shang Yuzhu, who had spent several tens of thousands of years trying to figure out the basics of space principles, and now, unexpectedly, there was this purple-robed man as well. The purple-robed man nodded slightly. I'm impressed by your observational skills. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Many thanks for your compliment. Moreover, I know that you haven't mastered it yet. At best, you're a beginner. How did you figure that out? The purple-robed man was slightly surprised. Just like what Yang Kai had said, he was cultivating the Tao of space, but he was only just getting started. He had grasped the basics of space principles, but he was still far from mastering them. It wasn't that he wasn't talented enough. He was a pseudo-emperor, so there was no way his aptitude was poor. However, the Tao of space was truly abstruse, and it couldn't be easily cultivated just because one was talented. Shang Yuzhu had been stuck in a void crack for millennia, having to deal with void turbulences every single day. However, she had only grasped the basics of space principles. Could her aptitude be any worse than this man's? Yang Kai could tell that Shang Yuzhu and the purple-robed man before him were on par when it came to their attainments in the Tao of space. If you had some true mastery over space principles, you wouldn't have to spend so much energy to seal this space off from the world. After all, in that scenario, I'd never be able to escape from you. However, since you've done so, it goes to show that you're not confident of suppressing me using space principles. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Yang Kai still remained nonchalant as he talked to him in a calm manner, which caused the purple-robed man to feel slightly taken aback. After giving it a thought, the purple-robed man said, It seems that you're an intelligent person, so you should make a wise decision now. What do you say? It was the question Yang Kai had asked Qi Hai and Qi Gui earlier. Unexpectedly, the purple-robed man asked him the same question, so it was apparent what his intention was. After Yang Kai asked that question, Qi Hai and Qi Gui made a wise decision. He had been magnanimous to Yang Kai, so he hoped that the latter would do the same. Yang Kai put on a grin. What do I say? I say. All of a sudden, he turned ferocious. Fuck you. Following that, he twisted his arm, and as space principles surged, Yang Kai sent out a large moon blade. Nevertheless, his target wasn't the purple-robed man but Su Changfeng, who kept staggering backwards because he was no match for the embodiment. While Yang Kai and the purple-robed man were speaking, Su Changfeng had been suppressed by the embodiment to the point that he almost suffocated. Su Changfeng was fairly strong, but the embodiment had inherited Shi's source and had the body of a stone spirit, so there was no way Su Changfeng was a match for him. The reason Su Changfeng had even persevered until now was thanks to his deep heritage and foundation. Su Changfeng didn't even have the chance to call out to the purple-robed man for help, because speaking would only lead to an earlier defeat. At the same time, he was hoping that Wu Heng could help him out. However, Wu Heng had been struck by Yang Kai's time flies seal, so he was being corroded by time principles even now. Moreover, Wu Heng was dumbstruck by Yang Kai's previous demands, so he didn't seem to have the thought of saving Su Changfeng. Taking all this into consideration, Su Changfeng was so exasperated that he almost spat blood. Just when he was reaching the height of despair, He saw Yang Kai's moon blade flying at him, which served as the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Chongfeng's vision darkened as he almost cursed. As he wielded his black sword, he channeled his Emperor Qi and managed to stop the moon blade from cutting across him. However, when he came to his senses, he realized that the embodiment's barbed fist was already flying at him. I've reached my end. That was the idea that sprang into Su Chongfeng's mind. Unwilling to simply surrender though, he protected his chest using his Emperor Qi, after which, the embodiment's fist slammed right into him. With a loud boom, Su Chongfeng's protective Emperor Qi collapsed and his bones cracked. With his eyes protruding, Su Chongfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying through the sky for more than 1,000 meters before finally crashing into the ground. No one was certain whether he was dead or alive. The turn of events sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Tang Xiang and the others had just witnessed the defeat of two Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters from the Eastern Territory. One of them had been suppressed by the Mountains and Rivers Bell, while the other was knocked out by Shihua. The former was probably still alive, but it was difficult to tell whether the latter was still breathing. Right after the embodiment defeated Su Chongfeng, Yang Kai performed a hand seal as a loud boom was heard coming from the Mountains and Rivers Bell, which had been suppressing Fu Bo all this time. Following that, with the bell as the center, a desolate aura, which seemed able to suppress the heavens and earth, spread out in all directions. Even Heaven Wolf Valley, which was a couple dozen kilometers away, seemed to shake under the influence of these waves. Just then, the bell shot up into the sky and revealed Fu Bo's figure. However, he was already collapsed on the ground as blood streamed out of his 7 orifices. His face was as pale as a sheet, and his limbs were convulsing. Apparently, he was about to pass on. Certainly, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state if he was just suppressed by the bell. Nevertheless, since Yang Kai had to deal with a formidable enemy like the purple-robed man, he had to make all his cards available. So, he had to kill Fu Bo first. Otherwise, it would be a pain if he also had to deal with another Third-Order Emperor Realm Master along with his current opponent. Fu Bo ended up in such a state because Yang Kai had fully activated the bell's suppressive power. He was not that concerned about this attack killing Fu Bo because he knew either way, Fu Bo would be unable to fight anymore. The bell, which had shot up into the sky, then charged towards the purple-robed man at full speed. At the same time, Yang Kai and the embodiment charged in behind the bell and launched themselves at their enemy. Faced with such a formidable opponent, doing nothing was akin to waiting around for death. Yang Kai knew he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Impudence! The purple-robed man was apparently startled as he didn't expect that Yang Kai would have the guts to make the first move against him. Doesn't this boy understand the difference in power between us? The purple-robed man was already displeased at the fact that Yang Kai had cursed him out. No one had dared to curse at him before, so he couldn't believe that a brat like Yang Kai would have the guts to scold him, and the language the latter used was extremely foul. After a growl, the purple-robed man pushed out his palm. At that instant, the world seemed to tremble as a buzzing sound was heard. The entire world seemed to be on the brink of collapsing. The power of this palm was able to make Tang Xiang and the others, who were watching from afar, have an illusion that the world was coming to an end, as if they were going to lose their lives the next moment. Tang Xiang and Xianxia instantly turned pale, while Lan He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Only Qi Gui, while still agitated, continued to gaze fervently at the battlefield, as if he was trying to look through the obstrusity of the attack with his own eyes. Nevertheless, the next moment, he too sprayed out a mouthful of blood as his expression turned pale. Tang Xiang's expression changed drastically as he realized that it wasn't even safe for them this far away from the battlefield. The power of the purple-robed man's attack had exceeded the limits of his comprehension. Even the fallout from this attack would be enough to kill them all. Hesitating no more, he shouted at Xianxia, "Retreat!" The couple then respectively pulled up Lan He, whose cultivation was still sealed, and Qi Gui as they quickly returned to Heavenly Wolf Valley and activated the sect defending array, after which they finally felt safe. When they lifted their heads, They saw that a gigantic palm that seemed able to cover the sky was clashing with the mountains and rivers' bell. Dang 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 dang. The sound of a bell ringing out rapidly permeated the world. Although the bell and the palm had only come into contact once, countless clanging sounds were heard. It was as if the palm had hit the bell more than 10,000 times in that instant. Ripples propagated from the bell and spread in all directions. Space collapsed as a huge crack appeared both in the sky and down on the ground. Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, who had both been paralyzed, suddenly started shuddering for a moment before they stopped moving completely. Apparently, they had been attacked by the shockwaves coming from the bell. As for the other Emperor Realm Masters from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect who were lucky enough to still be alive, they started falling from the sky as if unable to support their own weight anymore. On the other hand, Wu Heng appeared horrified as he fully circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself. But even that layer of protection was now fluctuating violently enough to be perceived with one's naked eyes. A series of ripples had also been formed on Heavenly Wolf Valley's sect defending array, and as more ripples spread across the array, Tang Sheng was sent reeling from the shock as he rejoiced at the fact that he had made a prompt decision to withdraw. Otherwise, all of them would have suffered. The couple would probably have been fine, but Qi Gui and Lan He, who were only in the First Order Emperor realm, would definitely have been wounded. The purple-robed man's palm seemed as imposing as the arrival of a deity, and all the living creatures in the world couldn't help but be horrified. The mountains and rivers' bell, which was touted to be able to suppress all creation, was shaking upon impact as it was sent flying backwards, revealing two figures behind itself. It wasn't that the mountains and rivers' bell was weak. After all, it was the foundation that Yuanding Great Emperor had relied on to attain the position of Great Emperor. This bell had even suppressed the Phoenix True Fire for 20,000 years. It was just that Yang Kai's strength was limited, so the power he could draw out from the bell was incomparable to that of Yuanding Great Emperor. If Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as that of the purple-robed man, the power of the bell would have increased tremendously. Following the palm from earlier, the purple-robed man pointed his fingers at Yang Kai and the embodiment, after which two beams of lights shot towards them. His expression was calm, as if he was trying to kill two ants. Yang Kai and the embodiment had been extremely cautious as they knew that they were currently in the weaker position. The embodiment growled as the flames around his body burned brighter. At the same time, his figure grew to several dozen meters taller as he bent his back and shot out his spines. Just like a rain of arrows, the burning spines charged towards the beams of lights. Whooshing sounds were continuously heard as the burning spines crashed with the approaching lights and immediately turned into dust that sprinkled down from the sky. After clashing with more than 100 spines, the beams of lights finally dispersed. At that moment, the embodiment's back, which originally looked like that of a hedgehog, was now bare. Nevertheless, new spines soon grew out until it looked as good as new. With the embodiment's attack as a cover, Yang Kai darted forward and reached a spot that was just 300 meters away from the purple-robed man. With his right eye glowing with a golden gleam all of a sudden, his pupil expanded, after which a blooming lotus appeared. Blossoming lotus! The purple-robed man took a cold look at Yang Kai as a lotus bud filled his gaze. As if the roots of the lotus had been planted in his eyes, it expanded quickly, and the price he had to pay was that his spiritual energy was leaving him like a receding tide. At the same time, a sharp pain was felt in his mind, which caused him to be a little stunned. Given his experience, he knew that Yang Kai must have used a rare and powerful soul secret technique. Despite his old age, it was the first time he witnessed such a strange attack, which was why he accidentally fell for it. The spiritual energy in his knowledge surged in an attempt to destroy the blooming lotus, but he realized that his attempts were futile. The harder he tried to push his spiritual energy, the quicker the lotus expanded. His vision turned dark as he could see nothing else but the blooming lotus. The purple-robed man indeed lived up to his status as a pseudo-great emperor as he still remained calm and collected, instantly withdrawing his spiritual energy to block out the blooming lotus so that it couldn't absorb more of it. Just then, a saber made out of light shot out from the middle of the lotus and headed towards him. At that instant, for the first time, he felt threatened as he bellowed, "Soul Emperor Artifact!" He wouldn't be so shocked if it was just a Soul Emperor artifact. Given his cultivation and age, he had come across countless amazing things. There was only a small number of items that he lusted after, and he wasn't interested in the rest. What shocked him was that Xianxia was able to hide this Soul Emperor artifact within his Lotus Soul secret technique. Many things were involved in order to achieve such a feat, so it could be said that the strike was both exquisite and astonishing. Even if someone was able to fend off the Soul secret technique and block the Lotus from expanding, a fatal attack was actually hidden within its petals. Why is his soul so abnormally strong? How did he cultivate it? He's just a second-order emperor, but his spiritual energy is much stronger than that of an ordinary third-order emperor. What was hidden in Blossoming Lotus' secret technique was naturally the soul-splitting saber. Xianxia had actually improvised this combination of the Blossoming Lotus and soul-splitting saber, and the effect was unbelievably good. The purple-robed man's soul was attacked by the soul-splitting saber when he was least expecting it, shaking the defenses of his knowledge sea. Although he managed to block the attack with his profound cultivation, his vision still darkened as his knowledge sea fell into turmoil. Xianxia thought it was a shame as he had just used the heaven-severing/secret technique in Hung Luostar field some time ago. He hadn't been able to condense enough spiritual energy into it recently, so he couldn't bring out the full power of soul-splitting saber. Otherwise, the purple-robed man would have been at least slightly injured. However, now, this two-part attack was just a slight disturbance to his opponent. This man was definitely the strongest opponent Xianxia had faced in battle so far. Fortunately, in a battle between masters, a moment of disturbance was enough. Before the purple-robed man was able to recover, Xianxia and the embodiment had already reached him. Xianxia made a large slashing motion with both his arms, sending out two pitch-black moon blades that sliced towards the purple-robed man's chest. At the same time, the embodiment raised his barbed fist and sent it smashing towards the purple-robed man's head. His coordination with Xianxia was seamless. After all, he was a soul clone in the body of a stone spirit, so there was no need to communicate between them to know what each other intended in battle. Regardless of how powerful the purple-robed man was, if he was hit by the moon blades and the embodiment's fist, he would be severely injured if not dead. Just then, an alarm sounded in Xianxia's heart as a sense of crisis engulfed him. With his eyes widened, he didn't hesitate to retreat. The embodiment wanted to withdraw as well, but his figure was bulky, so his movement was comparatively slower. The next moment, crackling sounds were heard. With the purple-robed man as the center, a ring of lightning spread out in a radius of 1,000 meters, creating a kind of lightning sea. Countless beams of lightning roamed across the sky, illuminating the world in dazzling brilliance. The moon blades that were approaching the purple-robed man's chest were entangled by beams of lightning and shattered before they could even reach the purple-robed man. As for the embodiment, who didn't manage to retreat in time, he roared fiercely as lightning snakes coiled around his giant figure, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Thunder principles. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he thought that his opponent was truly difficult to deal with. Dao Source Realm Masters comprehended principle strength, and Emperor Masters manipulated principle strength. Great Emperors commanded principle strength. Since the purple-robed man was a pseudo-great emperor, he must be an expert in one of these principles. It was difficult to deal with someone who was an expert in thunder principles because thunder was both extremely fast and extremely violent. When the lightning sea burst forth, it turned a 1,000-meter radius around the purple-robed man into a death zone for any living creatures. So how could anyone stand against him? The embodiment had successfully retreated, but lightning was still flitting across his body. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the purple-robed man as he could feel and shared Xianxia's gloomy emotions. On the other side, with the protection of the lightning storm, the purple-robed man was able to fend off the fatal combination attack from Xianxia and the embodiment. After he fully came to his senses, his vision became clear again as he appeared frustrated. That was because, to him, as a pseudo-great emperor, he shouldn't have had to use the power of principles to deal with Xianxia. A master like him was supposed to destroy Xianxia with a wave of his hand. However, the truth was that he was forced to use his thunder principle, and despite that, he still couldn't kill his opponents, which was intolerable for him. At this moment, he glared coldly at Yang Kai and declared, "You'll regret offending this king." Upon finishing his words, he made a grabbing gesture, after which, a lightning whip appeared in his hand. The lightning whip was purely made from lightning as it was continuously crackling. It appeared green, so it was as if he was holding a violent green snake. Then, he raised his hand, after which the green lightning whip curled and snapped towards Yang Kai at incredible speed. Yang Kai immediately retreated, but he was stunned to realize that he could not escape the lightning whip's pursuit. As the distance between them shrank, Yang Kai growled and pushed his Emperor Qi madly. His growl sounded like a dragon roar, which seemed able to shake the entire world as a breath gusted out of his mouth. Surprisingly, the breath he had just spat out was golden. The lightning whip was blocked by the golden breath, and under the shocked gaze of the purple-robed man, his whip started collapsing. The golden breath seemed able to cut through anything in this world as it slashed the whip into pieces. Dragon breath. The purple-robed man raised his brow. Certainly, he knew that Yang Kai had a dragon clan bloodline. Besides the moves Yang Kai was able to showcase in Grand Desolation Star Field previously, he had also managed to retain his half-dragon form for a long time. However, could a half-dragon release such a pure and powerful dragon breath? One on par with a true dragon clan member? What was going on? Furthermore, Yang Kai's growl just now sounded no different from an authentic dragon roar, which caused even the purple-robed man to shiver slightly. It was the first time he found it so hard to comprehend what situation he found himself in. Just when he was in a dazed state, the embodiment pounced on him again, summoning a jet-black hammer. Black chi surrounded the hammer, which gave off a discomforting feeling. With the hammer in his hand, the embodiment attempted to smash it down on the purple-robed man. Demon chi. Flabbergasted, the purple-robed man was attracted to the huge black hammer at that instant. As the demon chi swept towards him, he felt as if the darkest emotions in his heart were being riled up. It's a demonic armament. The purple-robed man's superb vision allowed him to recognize the hammer at first glance. The demon chi around the hammer was pure, so it was apparently an artifact from the demon realm. Furthermore, judging from its aura, the hammer had been around for quite some time, so it was probably an ancient demonic armament. Where did this Shi Hua obtain this demonic armament from? What puzzled the purple-robed man was how his opponent was able to use this hammer without being corrupted by it. Just then, a lightning storm appeared again and engulfed embodiment, after which a lightning whip lashed out. At that instant, the embodiment remained unperturbed as he focused on smashing the demonic war hammer onto the purple-robed man's head, as if he was determined to perish together with him. Furthermore, his body was surrounded by a layer of mysterious power, which seemed able to absorb the lightning, so he no longer appeared as battered as he was earlier. A person who had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law was able to devour everything in existence, turning it into their own power, which included lightning. After the embodiment activated the heaven-devouring domain, even the purple-robed man's lightning storm couldn't harm him anymore. The embodiment's fearless attitude shocked the purple-robed man. Even if the embodiment didn't treasure his life, the purple-robed man couldn't possibly allow himself to die with him, because he was still waiting for a chance to become a great emperor, a position from which he could truly look down on the world. Since his lightning storm was useless, the purple-robed man decided to condense his lightning whip into a spear and thrust it into the embodiment's chest. With a loud clang, sparks could be seen spraying out everywhere. Upon impact, the embodiment tumbled more than 10 times through the air before he could stabilize himself with difficulty. However, before his feet were firmly planted, the lightning whip had reached him and tied him up. With a cold expression, the purple-robed man performed a hand seal, after which the whip shone brightly as the lightning turned violent, as if it was trying to incinerate the embodiment on the spot. The embodiment roared as he activated his heaven-devouring battle law to the maximum in order to quickly absorb the lightning and assimilate its energy before counterattacking. At the same time, a voice growled, "Dragon transformation!" As a high-pitched dragon roar sounded, Yang Kai's figure rapidly grew, and before the shocked gazes of Tang Shang and the others, a 300-meter-tall dragon appeared. Yang Kai's dragon head seemed to be pressing against the sky while his feet were firmly on the ground. Dragon horns had protruded out of his forehead, and behind him was a golden dragon tail. His hands had turned into dragon claws, and even the breath he puffed out was visibly white and seemed capable of summoning the wind and clouds. This monster appeared both terrifying and majestic, able to elicit awe and fear from all who gazed upon it. Tang Shang and the others found the sight before their eyes surreal. They looked up at the transformed Yang Kai as an unimaginable pressure pressed down on their hearts, making them almost unable to breathe. The fighting spirit on Qi Gui's face had disappeared and was replaced by dejectedness and bitterness. That was because he finally realized the depths of his naivety. Not more than a quarter of an hour ago, he had been eager to challenge Yang Kai in order to test his power, but now, faced with such an enormous monster, there was no need to test anything. Qi Gui had no doubt Yang Kai could pinch him to death with ease at any point he wanted. After Qi Gui saw Yang Kai using space principles, time principles, and the mountains and rivers bell, he thought that the latter had used up all his tricks. Naturally, he knew about Yang Kai's half-dragon form, but previously he had only been a dozen or so meters tall, nowhere near his current size. At this moment, Qi Gui couldn't help wondering if this was the true extent of Yang Kai's strength, or if he still had more trump cards to play. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai truly was, his 300-meter-tall figure alone was able to give the others an inexplicable pressure. Those without an indomitable will wouldn't even have the courage to stand against him. However, how pure must his bloodline be to allow him to transform into such an enormous monster? Previously, back in the Hung Luo starfield, Yang Kai's 200-meter half-dragon form had already astonished the purple-robed man, but there was a huge difference between 200 and 300 meters. This 300-meter figure was Yang Kai's limit after he activated dragon transformation. That was because he knew that when confronting a pseudo-great emperor like the purple-robed man, he couldn't afford to hold back his power at all. Although he had joined forces with the embodiment, he still wasn't confident of defeating this enemy. If he or the embodiment had to face the purple-robed man alone, they would certainly lose. It was also the first time he had been able to go all out since he became a second-order emperor, so Yang Kai was eager to test where his limit was. As Yang Kai moved forward, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. He gazed down at the figure that was as tiny as an ant and directly stepped into the lightning sea. The violent lightning roamed around his body as crackling sounds were heard, but he remained completely undaunted. Members of the Dragon Clan had incredibly tough physiques, so although the purple-robed man's thunder principles were mighty, the lightning sea still couldn't stop Yang Kai from moving forward. The lightning sea undulated as soon as his gigantic figure barged into it, after which he landed a slap on the ground. Not daring to directly go against this towering beast, the purple-robed man immediately turned into a beam of light and retreated. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention of letting him off as he kept making grabbing motions, as if he was trying to capture a flying insect, which made Tang Shang and the others feel absurd. The sight of a pseudo-great emperor fleeing in embarrassment as he was hunted down by a second-order emperor realm master made the onlookers feel like they were in a dream. Although Yang Kai was now gigantic, his actions weren't clumsy. Nevertheless, the purple-robed man was even more agile. As they played the game of cat and mouse, they left behind afterimages in the sky that remained there for a long time. The embodiment tacitly came over with the mighty-looking demonic war hammer in his hand. His seamless coordination with Yang Kai made sure that the purple-robed man could only parry their attacks rather than counterattack. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't appear elated at all. Although the purple-robed man appeared battered and on the defensive, he was actually not flustered as he dealt with the two of them in a calm manner. "Bind!" Yang Kai yelled all of a sudden as space principles surged, upon which the space around them solidified. The purple-robed man, who was flying around agilely, suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into the mud. The space around him felt extremely viscous, and the harder he struggled, the more he sunk. While he was struggling, the embodiment's hammer reached him. At that instant, he knew that he couldn't evade this attack. He had indeed cultivated the Tao of space, but just like what Yang Kai had said, he had only scratched the surface. Although his cultivation was more powerful than that of Yang Kai, the space around him had been sealed tight. He would only need a brief moment to break free from this kind of binding, but that moment was enough to determine his life or death. With his gaze turning cold, he pushed his Emperor Qi and released countless beams of lightning in all directions. At the same time, an oval lightning shield appeared in front of him. With a loud boom, the demonic war hammer smashed right at the oval lightning shield, causing it to sink in and then shatter. At the same time, the embodiment was sent flying backwards by an intense rebound while lightning was seen roaming around his body, causing crackling sounds to emerge. Without giving the purple-robed man any time to breathe, Yang Kai raised his humongous hand, which seemed able to cover the entire world, and grasped at the purple-robed man tightly before growling coldly, "Die!" The space principles within his hand fluctuated and turned into a murderous force. He seemed determined to kill the purple-robed man ruthlessly. However, the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Beams of lightning radiated through the gaps between his dragon claw and then merged into one, which penetrated his impregnable hand and shot out from the back of it. Yang Kai looked up and saw a grim-looking man standing in the sky. There was an artifact in his hand that looked like a vajra. The artifact was only arm length, but it was not to be underestimated. The lightning that surrounded the artifact wasn't green but white and as bright as daylight. Some golden blood that seemed to contain immense vitality was caked around the vajra. Yang Kai spread his palm and looked down, only to see that a large hole had been formed in the middle of his hand. His golden blood remained inside the wound rather than dripping onto the ground, however, and his flesh was already beginning to squirm and heal. "It's really difficult to kill you." Yang Kai swung his hand and looked up at the purple-robed man. Although he had joined forces with the embodiment and used all his power, Yang Kai still couldn't take down the purple-robed man, proving once again that the latter was worthy of his pseudo-great emperor cultivation. If a pseudo-great emperor was already so powerful though, what about a real great emperor? At that instant, Yang Kai longed for the day when he could also stand in that position. "Your dragon vein is strange." The purple-robed man sized him up with narrowed eyes and scraped some golden blood off his artifact before placing his finger into his mouth to have a taste. Following that, his expression was transformed by shock. Although he was already aware that Yang Kai was a dragonkin, he subconsciously thought that the latter's bloodline wasn't very pure. However, it was an inconceivable idea that a half-dragon with an impure bloodline was able to transform into a 300-meter-tall half-dragon. As far as he knew, the purer the bloodline of a dragon clan member was, the grander his dragon form would be. He had befriended an 8th-order great dragon before, but the latter could only transform into a 200-meter-long dragon. An 8th-order big dragon was already a powerful existence on Dragon Island, so there was no way that person wasn't even comparable to a half-dragon. At the very least, a great dragon had to reach the 9th order in order to take a 300-meter form. With the help of his artifact, the purple-robed man was able to break free from Yang Kai's grip and even harmed him in the process. But upon tasting the dragon blood, he was shocked to realize that even though the blood was indeed impure, the power it contained was far greater than that of the other dragon he had encountered. What's going on? Has this half-dragon's bloodline already reverted to that of his ancestors? While the purple-robed man was still lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly asked grimly, "How does my blood taste?" Upon hearing that, the purple-robed man immediately realized that something was off. The dragon blood in his mouth seemed to exude a sharp aura at that moment, so without any hesitation, he quickly spat it back out, only to see that the blood had turned into tiny golden swords. At that instant, he was drenched in cold sweat, as he couldn't understand how Yang Kai managed to control his blood even after it left his body. That was an inconceivable skill. Not daring to be complacent, he activated the white lightning around his artifact and shook off all the remaining golden blood. Then, he heaved a sigh and uttered, "Yang Kai, this king is not willing to oppress you. Although you are fairly powerful for your cultivation, you're still not strong enough to defeat me. You've proven your worth now. This king's proposal remains the same. As long as you hand over that bead to me, this king will turn around and leave." If you need any help in the future, this king will not reject you. In response, Xianxia put on an arrogant smile and shouted, "Do you want it? Come take it then. If you can do it, the bead will be yours. If you can't, don't blame me for beating you to death." "You want to kill me?" The purple-robed man's expression turned strange, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. "Let's see just how hard it really is to kill you." Xianxia took a deep breath and raised his hand, after which the mountains and rivers bell rotated and flew towards him. After grabbing the bell, he directly smashed it down on the purple-robed man. Although the purple-robed man was an experienced man, the corner of his mouth still twitched when he saw this. A precious ancient exotic artifact, which even great emperors coveted, was now being used in such a crude way by Xianxia. At that instant, the purple-robed man couldn't help but feel that the bell had fallen into the wrong hands. However, without a doubt, this move was indeed incredible. Despite the purple-robed man's might, he still couldn't ignore such an attack. If he was hit by the bell, he would be severely injured if not dead. Despite being in a perilous situation, the purple-robed man still remained unperturbed. After he raised the Vajra, a white thunder dragon shot out of it and charged toward Xianxia's chest. Even before the thunder dragon reached him, Xianxia could feel the aura of death sweeping over him. The purple-robed man was a pseudo-great emperor, so the artifacts he summoned could never be underestimated. The Vajra was a thunder staff as well as an emperor artifact that he had used his own life essence and thunder principles to refine. Even a great emperor would need to pay attention to the heaven-shattering lightning that was shot out of it. Otherwise, they might be wounded. Although Xianxia had no idea what the thunder staff or heaven-shattering lightning was, he trusted his instincts. He knew that despite the purple-robed man's calm expression, the latter must be utterly resentful in his heart, and wouldn't hold back any power in this strike. This was probably the purple-robed man's full strength, so if Xianxia could parry it, he would have the right to battle against him. If not, he would be killed on the spot. At that instant, Xianxia's expression turned cold as he appeared utterly determined. Upon holding the bell horizontally, he prepared to smash it against the thunder dragon. As the white light expanded, the thunder dragon crashed into the bell and clanging sounds rang out. The surrounding space trembled as the feeling of the world collapsing seeped into everyone's heart, making them feel apprehensive. The next moment, all of them shifted their attention to the sky. The wild light that had shot out from the thunderstaff connected the purple-robed man and Xianxia. One of them was tiny, while the other was towering. The stark difference in their sizes was stunning. However, at this moment, it was the petite figure who had gained the upper hand. The lightning forced Xianxia's immense figure to keep stepping back, which left some huge footprints on the ground. He hunched his back as all his muscles had swollen up. The veins on his face protruded, which suggested that he was exerting all his might. Xianxia and the bell soon couldn't be seen as they were engulfed in lightning, while crackling sounds were intertwined with furious roars. The purple-robed man continuously released more lightning, as he didn't seem to have any intention of letting Xianxia catch his breath. It was as if he was trying to put an end to everything by using his strongest move. He even had the time to utter, "Xianxia, you should learn to appreciate kindness. This king doesn't want to kill you, but don't think that means I won't. This king will give you one last chance. Think carefully before replying." Xianxia's voice had turned hoarse, but it still cut clearly through the roaring lightning. Upon hearing Xianxia speak, the purple-robed man was elated as he thought that Xianxia had cracked under pressure. Just when he was about to stop his divine ability to have a proper chat with this promising young man, Xianxia's voice sounded loudly, "Refuse!" At that, the purple-robed man's expression darkened. As Xianxia shouted, all the lightning seemed to have flickered and diminished significantly. His 300-meter-tall figure emerged again as he leaned in, resisting the immense pressure as he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, he pounded the mountains and rivers bell with his dragon claw every time he took a step. Guang guang guang. Every time the bell tolled, a circular shockwave would spread out and crash into the white lightning, causing it to warp. Xianxia was increasingly able to move forward as he shifted from walking to jogging. then to running as the lightning around his body could no longer stop him. All his dragon scales were broken, and there wasn't any part of his body that wasn't cracked. Moreover, every inch of his skin stank with a burnt smell. Seeing this, the purple-robed man's expression finally changed. Not daring to give Xianxia a chance to approach him, the purple-robed man circulated his emperor qi as his thunderstaff's power increased significantly, which caused Xianxia to halt his steps. Nevertheless, Xianxia seemed to have predicted this, so he lifted the mountains and rivers bell to block out most of the lightning as he spread his other gargantuan palm and pushed it forward. Like a mountain descending from the sky, wind was heard howling around the palm, which was surrounded by a fatal aura. With a loud boom, a huge palm print had formed on the ground, cracking it and sending dust up into the air. The purple-robed man was nowhere to be found. A moment later, he reappeared, hovering up in the sky. Before he could stabilize himself, though, the flaming embodiment, whose spines gleamed with a cold glitter, came at him from the side with the demonic war hammer in hand, smashing it at him. Space could be seen breaking apart wherever the war hammer passed through. The purple-robed man roared as he turned his thunderstaff to aim at the embodiment before a white bolt of lightning shot out and crashed into the demonic war hammer. At that instant, demon chi undulated as the war hammer shone brightly. The embodiment's tens of meters tall figure staggered as he was forced to retreat. Xianxia puffed out a golden dragon breath at that moment, which broke through the barriers of space before it hit right on the purple-robed man's shoulder. Feeling the violent force, the purple-robed man was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. His shoulder was already covered in blood, as if a large part of his flesh on it had been shredded off. Since the beginning of the battle, it was the first time the purple-robed man had been hurt. Although it was just a minor injury, he no longer appeared nonchalant, as if everything was within his control. The pain from his shoulder caused his expression to turn hideous as the thunder principles around him fluctuated violently. Black clouds started gathering in the sky, matching the dark look on the purple-robed man's face. The lovely weather on this day had vanished as darkness seemed to have descended upon the entire world. Like a thick quilt, the dark clouds covered the sky and pressed against everyone's heart. Streaks of lightning could be seen flashing across the clouds and breaking through the sky. After his successful attack, Xianxia charged forward again while the embodiment quickly stabilized himself and came at the purple-robed man from the opposite direction. In an overbearing manner, two gigantic figures were fearlessly launching an attack on a tiny man. The sight was truly astounding. All of a sudden, the purple-robed man closed his eyes as his expression turned from hideous to calm. When he opened his eyes again, a glint flashed across his gaze as he lifted his thunder staff. The white lightning on his weapon connected with the lightning in the sky, as if he was able to command the power of the heavens. "Fall!" he roared. The entire world seemed to be trembling as beams of lightning that were as thick as a man's torso descended from the sky. Every single beam of lightning was horrifying, and its power was not to be underestimated. The lightning bolts seemed to have developed eyes as they all struck at Xianxia and the embodiment. At that instant, lightning could be seen flashing across a radius of several hundred meters. The beams of lightning that were connected to the sky seemed uncountable, which caused this area to have turned into a pool of lightning that was filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the purple-robed man was hovering in the middle of the lightning storm with a cold expression. As he lifted his thunderstaff, he looked down at Xianxia and the embodiment, and despite being many times smaller in size, he appeared haughty and aloof, as if he was just gazing at two ants. Their gigantic figures put them in a disadvantageous position presently, as it was difficult for Xianxia and his embodiment to evade the lightning. No matter how agile they were still affected and disturbed by the countless bolts. Despite their best efforts to avoid the lightning, they were still getting struck repeatedly. Xianxia's flesh and dragon scales were breaking apart, but he still remained silent as he widened his eyes. Swimming through the lightning storm, he continued forging towards the purple-robed man. The embodiment was in a slightly better condition, but he still looked fairly battered. Although he didn't have any flesh, the rocks that composed his body kept crumbling off, and even the flames around his figure appeared dimmer. Despite the fact that he still had his heaven-devouring domain active, he couldn't devour all this energy in such a short time as he still hadn't mastered the technique. So, he could only grit his stone teeth and bear with the suffering. The spines shooting out of his back came into contact with the lightning over and over and soon crumbled into dust. Oh! All of a sudden, a dragon roar was heard as a giant dragon, which was shaking its head and wagging its tail, appeared before Xianxia. This large dragon was several tens of meters tall and was so lifelike it was difficult to tell whether it was real or not. Right after its appearance, it pounced on the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man, whose expression was still cold, narrowed his eyes as he could recognize this was a dragon clan's secret technique. If it was some time ago, he would still be surprised by the fact that Xianxia, as a mere half-dragon, was able to use a dragon clan secret technique. After all, their secret techniques had to be inherited and one could only be cultivated on Dragon Island. However, after having a taste of Xianxia's dragon blood and realizing that it was peculiar, he stopped feeling surprised by whatever techniques Xianxia could use. After that, he waved his hand as the beams of lightning striking from the sky changed direction and turned into lightning snakes before swarming against that dragon. As they clashed with each other in the sky, they snapped and clawed at one another, turning the sky even dimmer as they kicked up a storm of dust. Xianxia seized the chance to escape from the lightning storm before he hurled the mountains and rivers bell at the purple-robed man. Certainly, the purple-robed man wouldn't dare to parry such an attack, so he hurriedly dodged. Nevertheless, this was just a feint from Xianxia as he continued dashing towards the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man wanted to evade it again, but the embodiment had reached him and tussled against him. Unable to flee, the purple-robed man widened his eyes as he watched the ferocious-looking Xianxia coming at him. At that instant, Xianxia caught the mountains and rivers bell and attempted once again to smash it onto his enemy's head. The purple-robed man's agility was not to be underestimated, though, and even in such a perilous situation where it was almost impossible for anyone to evade, he somehow managed to achieve this by contorting himself as if he had no bones and successfully escaped unscathed again. However, before he adjusted his stance, the purple-robed man felt a sharp pain, which caused all his blood to surge. His bones were heard cracking and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In a dazed state, he glanced over and saw a golden dragon tail flashing across his eyes. Forcefully swallowing the blood in his mouth, the purple-robed man boiled with rage. Xianxia cackled heartily. "Ha ha! How do you like this king's divine dragon tail sweep?" "Ah!" Before he could finish his words, he was struck by a few beams of lightning. As he shuddered, his golden hair stood on end, which made him look rather ridiculous. "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a loss. Don't blame this king for being ruthless. Both of you must die here today." The purple-robed man growled grimly as he had apparently become incensed. Previously, he indeed wanted to make a deal with Xianxia, but it now seemed that was just his wishful thinking, as Xianxia would never give in to him. If he wanted the bead, he would have to snatch it. As for whether Yang Yen would find out about it and condemn him, once he killed all the witnesses, how was news going to spread? As the battle resumed, booming sounds were continuously heard outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, causing all the disciples in the valley to shiver in fear. At this moment, more people had gathered around Tang Sheng. These people were the high-ranking officials in the valley. When Ling Yinqin came over and realized that Xianxia was battling against a terrifying enemy, she didn't hesitate to rush forward, wanting to lend him a hand. Nevertheless, Qian Xiaoying hurriedly pulled her back and scolded. "What do you think you're doing?" Ling Yinqin replied dispassionately. "I must help him." Qian Xiaoying snapped back. "You'll only distract him by going over. Look at that battle clearly. Do you seriously think you'll be of any help to him?" Hearing these harsh but clear words, Ling Yinqin turned back to the battle for a moment before falling silent. What Qian Xiaoying had said was true. Even if Ling Yinqin had the heart to help Xianxia, she couldn't possibly interfere in such a high-level battle. If she really rushed over, she would only distract Xianxia and hold him back. Feeling helpless, she turned to look at Tang Sheng. After an awkward cough, Tang Sheng replied in embarrassment, "I am unable to interfere either." He could have been of some use if he joined the battle when Xianxia was besieged by the two top sects. At the very least, he could hold up one of the second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Nevertheless, there was no way he could join the present battle. As soon as he tried to fly over, he would either be smashed to blood mist by the shockwaves or fried to dust by the lightning. Both of them were second-order emperors, but Xianxia was able to compete against the purple-robed man while Tang Sheng didn't even have the right to participate in the battle. At the thought of this, Tang Sheng was crestfallen. "Master, do you think he will win?" Lan he asked worriedly. Tang Sheng was at a loss for words, as he couldn't be certain whether Xianxia would win or not. The fight occurring right now had exceeded anything that he had experienced in his life, so before the dust settled, he didn't dare to make any predictions, nor did he have the right to do so. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, Xianxia and the embodiment were not in an advantageous position even though they had joined forces. As a pseudo-great emperor, the purple-robed man was truly powerful. Nevertheless, Xianxia and the embodiment were not weaklings either. Any second-order Emperor Realm Master would be utterly proud of himself if he were able to exchange blows with a pseudo-great emperor and not immediately die. In fact, there was something Tang Sheng didn't understand. Supposedly, Shihua was also a divine spirit, and although he wasn't highly ranked among the other divine spirits, he should still be as powerful as a pseudo-great emperor. Even if he ultimately wasn't a no-match for a pseudo-great emperor, he shouldn't be this much weaker. The Shihua before Tang Sheng's eyes was somewhat different from the legends. Naturally, Tang Sheng wasn't aware that the divine spirit current here was a different being than the one he knew. If the real Shihua was present, while he might not be able to defeat the purple-robed man, he could definitely protect himself. If he expended all his power, he could even severely injure the purple-robed man at the cost of injuring himself in the process. Nevertheless, the embodiment was a special being. He was a stone spirit which housed Xianxia's soul clone and assimilated Shihua's source. Although he had inherited some of Shihua's power and skills, he was still far from reaching maturity. Presently, the embodiment had yet to reach the limits of his potential, and despite the fact that he had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, he would be comparable to Shihua in the short term. However, in the long term, he had more room for growth than Shihua. He could even surpass all his predecessors and bring this bloodline to greater heights. It was because of this reason that he had the right to join forces with Xianxia to battle against the purple-robed man. But it didn't mean they could defeat the latter. Mountains shook as the terrain outside Heavenly Wolf Valley was constantly changed. Amidst the lightning storm, two gigantic figures could be seen charging forward or retreating in a tangled melee. Everything moved so fast, kicked up so much dust, and radiated such brilliant light that Tang Sheng and the others couldn't clearly see what the situation was even while focusing all their attention on it. They could only vaguely see Xianxia and the embodiment. After all, their figures were enormous, so it was difficult to not see them. As for the purple-robed man, no one knew where he was. Judging from the sounds that were coming from the battlefield, though, the purple-robed man apparently wasn't holding anything back, and he could even be said to have gained the upper hand. The roars and grunts from Xianxia and the embodiment were proof of that. This battle could shake both the heavens and earth. Even deities and ghosts would stay away from it. The two parties on the battlefield were trying their hardest to kill one another and held nothing back in that pursuit. 1 hour later, the situation became clear as the violent lightning diminished, which allowed Tang Sheng and the others to clearly see the battlefield. However, the sight before their eyes made their chests tighten. Xianxia was drenched in blood as he glittered with a golden gleam. Apparently, his golden blood had dried and caked around his figure. Most of his dragon scales had either been crushed or fallen off, so he looked utterly battered. On the other hand, the embodiment was in an even poorer state. All his spines had disappeared, so his entire figure looked bare. The flames around his body had also been put out. Meanwhile, the purple-robed man wasn't in a better state. His face had turned ashen, and he couldn't even sustain his most powerful divine ability any longer. Things had come to a point where both parties had suffered terribly. While the purple-robed man appeared solemn, Xianxia was laughing wildly as he taunted, "Is this all you've got?" The corners of the purple-robed man's eyes twitched. He too was surprised by the outcome. Initially, he thought that since he had personally made an appearance, he would certainly get what he wanted. However, he hadn't expected that Yang Kai had so many tricks up his sleeve and that the outcome would be a draw. A sense of resentment flashed across his eyes as he took a glance at the embodiment. If the embodiment wasn't here, he could have defeated Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai was able to transform into a 300-meter-tall half-dragon, he was still confident of taking him down. However, with Shihua around, it was 2 against 1, and it would be useless even though he could gain the upper hand. If he couldn't kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't get the bead. If Yang Yen found out about this, he would be in further trouble. At that instant, the purple-robed man felt deeply conflicted, as it was pointless to keep fighting. The battle just now had destroyed the seal he had used to isolate the surrounding space. He had used a special method in advance to seal this space, but it wasn't invincible. After such a violent clash, naturally the seal had been destroyed. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to flee now, he had no way to stop him. Certainly, he wouldn't want to waste his time and energy on something meaningless, so the thought of giving up became more prevalent in his mind. Just when he was about to say something, though, he saw Yang Kai's expression turning solemn. Following that, Yang Kai performed a hand seal with both hands and pushed his palms out at him. At that instant, the purple-robed man felt as if time had stopped around him. Time flies seal. The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes and pushed out his own palm to counterattack. With a loud boom, the violent forces of their palms clashed with each other before annihilating one another. Floating midair, the purple-robed man said coldly, "Little brat, don't go too far." He had intended to retreat, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so relentless. At that instant, he was fuming with fury. He wasn't willing to suffer a mutual defeat where both of them were severely wounded, but that didn't mean he was afraid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked arrogantly at him as he bellowed, "Old dog, are you going to admit defeat or what?" The purple-robed man called him a little brat just now, so in response he called the purple-robed man old dog. The purple-robed man's face fell as he said, "This king was a bit hasty in his actions, but you haven't suffered any losses. So why don't we simply forget what has happened today?" Yang Kai sneered. "Forget what happened today? You mean you want to come and go as you please? Do you seriously think you can just do whatever you want?" The purple-robed man snorted. "What do you want, then?" His narrowed eyes were filled with murderous intent. If Yang Kai decided to press the matter, he had no choice but to keep fighting, as he believed that he wouldn't be the one who would lose his life in the end. Nevertheless, he would have to pay a hefty price. Yang Kai shook his head. "If it weren't because this king was able to protect himself, you would have killed me long ago. Since you've decided to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Enough nonsense. Today, either you die or I perish." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai's aura inflated again. As his eyes burned with fighting spirit, he began stepping forward, and in silence, the embodiment shuffled forward as well. With a dark expression, the purple-robed man realized he had underestimated Yang Kai's determination. Things had come to a point where there was no turning back, so they could only fight with each other until the winner emerged. After he took a deep breath, a glint of resoluteness flashed across his eyes. Right then, though, Yang Kai and the purple-robed man both suddenly turned their heads to stare in a particular direction with solemn expressions. A beam of light was approaching them at incredible speed, showing that whoever was coming had extraordinary power. Before that person could even reach this place, a booming voice sounded from afar. "Young master, do not fear. Old master is coming." When the person said his first word, he was still just a point of light in the distant sky. However, by the time he finished speaking, everyone could clearly see the figure of an old man closing in. He was an eccentric-looking person. Although he was fairly old, he was still clad in a tacky red robe, which made him look slightly incongruous. Despite the smile on his face, he appeared quite ferocious. Anyone would have thought that this old man was an evil person at first glance. Even the wrinkled skin on his cheeks exuded a savage aura, much unlike most elderly figures his age who had a benevolent air about them. The purple-robed man and Yang Kai were both puzzled by this person's arrival. as they couldn't believe that someone would have the guts to butt in on such a grand battle. However, they suddenly thought that it wasn't so odd. Although this person appeared incongruous, no one would dare to underestimate him. He was definitely powerful enough to join this fight. Xianxia could even feel some unusual undulations in his embodiment's emotions. The latter was instinctively fearful of this old man, which gave Xianxia a strange sensation. The embodiment was created through the infusion of his soul clone into a stone spirit's body and wasn't even afraid of the purple-robed man. So why would he be so fearful of this old man? Moreover, Xianxia wasn't terrified of this old man, so why would the embodiment feel this way? After giving it a thought, he realized that it was Hua's source rather than the embodiment that was frightened of this old man. Who is this old man that even Hua's source instinctually fears him? Xianxia widened his dragon eyes and stared curiously at him. The old man was also staring fixedly at him as his eyes appeared curious. A moment later, he looked away and nodded slightly. "Young master, don't be afraid. This old master is here now." Xianxia turned to look behind himself to check if there was anyone there, but upon confirming there was no one, he turned back to gaze at the old man and pointed at his own snout. "Are you talking to me?" The old man put on a wicked smile. "Of course." Xianxia raised his brow and uttered, "Old sir, are you not mistaken? What's wrong with this old man? Calling me young master? I don't even know you. Is he out of his mind? He's a ferocious character with powerful cultivation. Maybe he's suffering from some kind of cultivation dissonance." Nevertheless, the words young master made Xianxia fall into his thoughts as he recalled Old Demon, who had gone through some life-or-death crisis with him in the past. It had been a long time since anyone called him young master. Presently, Old Demon was diligently cultivating in High Heaven Palace. There was a huge gap between their cultivations now, so Old Demon had to cultivate harder in order to be able to stand beside Xianxia in any battles in the future. The old man did not shrink back though and uttered, "Young master, please don't make such tasteless jokes. Although you've gone through some immense changes, young master is still this old master's young master." As he spoke, he suddenly turned solemn and cupped his fists. "Young master, please accept this old master's salute." Xianxia looked down at him and wondered what this old man was up to. Is he also part of the purple-robed man's plot against me? He stole a glance at the purple-robed man to check but soon became elated. That was because the purple-robed man was staring nervously at the tacky-looking old man with an apprehensive expression. Apparently, he had also noticed that the old man was powerful. It seemed that even if it was a plot against Xianxia, this tacky old man wasn't in league with the purple-robed man. Could it be that, just like what Xianxia had speculated, this old man had suffered from cultivation dissonance and lost his mind and now mistook Xianxia as his young master? However, judging from the old man's expression and actions, it didn't look like he had suffered from cultivation dissonance, nor was he in any kind of dazed state. Furthermore, any person who had the right to be this old man's young master must be from a formidable force. After giving it a thought, Xianxia nodded and uttered, "Good. Since you've acknowledged me as your young master, I have a task for you." Then, he pointed at the purple-robed man and ordered, "Kill him!" The apprehensive purple-robed man had his expression changed drastically when he heard this. As if confronted by a formidable enemy, he lifted his thunderstaff and put his guard up. Upon hearing this command, the tacky old man took a glance at the purple-robed man as the corner of his mouth twitched. "Young master, I'm afraid this old master." Xianxia pointed at him with his chin as he puffed out a hot breath through his nostrils and scoffed. "What's wrong? Didn't you just acknowledge me as your young master? Do my words hold no weight at all?" Seeing that Xianxia was putting on airs, the tacky old man felt disgruntled. He thought that if it weren't because Xianxia was lucky enough and that he needed him to get rid of some troubles, he wouldn't have come all the way here to be taken advantage of. However, things had come to a point where he couldn't go back on his word. Moreover, he knew that Xianxia had the support of a particular woman, one who caused this old man to shiver just thinking about her. After nodding slightly, the old man replied, "Young master, this old master will certainly obey your orders. However, this man's cultivation is powerful, so it won't be easy to kill him. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, he's from the Star Court. Iron Blood Great Emperor is currently in charge of the Star Court now, so killing him may cause Iron Blood Great Emperor to find fault with me, and will affect you as well. He's actually clear-headed. Yang Kai stared at him with appraising eyes. He's also aware that this bastard is from the Star Court and that it is governed by Iron Blood Great Emperor at the moment, so there's no way he's muddle-headed. But, since he has not lost his mind, why would he belittle himself by calling me young master? Yang Kai was perplexed. Despite his inner thoughts, Yang Kai snorted outwardly. Since he wants to kill me, I'll definitely retaliate. Why can't we kill someone from the Star Court? Enough nonsense. Tell me whether you can murder him or not. Do it now if you can. If you can't, scram to the side and let me do it. The old man was fuming and thought that Yang Kai was too much. At the same time, he was already regretting his decision to come over. Before he could get rid of his original problem, he had fallen into another mire of trouble. How dare a stinking brat like him talk to me like this? Just wait. I'll show him how powerful I am one day. Even with this thought in mind, the old man remained calm and put on a smile. Young master, please do not get mad. Although old master can't kill him, I can beat him miserable to help vent your anger. Yang Kai waved his hand and demanded, hurry up then. I'll forgive you if I'm happy with the outcome. If not, Yang Kai was testing this old man's strength and bottom line. Although he could sense that the old man was formidable, it remained to be seen whether the latter was able to defeat the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man had expended most of his energy in his battle against Yang Kai, but although he wasn't at his peak anymore, he was still a pseudo-great emperor, not someone an average master could bully. The old man, however, just grinned wickedly. Don't worry, young master. You will certainly be happy with the results. Yang Kai uttered dispassionately. I'm looking forward to it then. After he finished speaking, he hinted at the embodiment with his eyes as both of them understood each other. If this old man was able to beat this purple-robed man into a half-dead state, Yang Kai and the embodiment would charge forward and kick him while he was down. The best outcome would be if they could kill him. Yang Kai didn't care whether the purple-robed man was from the Star Court or that he was Iron Blood Great Emperor's subordinate. He had the support of some influential people as well. Moreover, he was a Starfield master, so he was also technically part of the Star Court. Hence, his conflict with the purple-robed man could be considered to be an internal matter. Others might be afraid of Iron Blood Great Emperor, but Yang Kai wasn't. Who are you? In contrast to Yang Kai's calmness, the purple-robed man was obviously frustrated. He was constantly unpleasantly surprised throughout the battle today. Not only was his plot, which he had planned for some time now, foiled, but a random old man had also appeared out of nowhere to interfere. Worse, this old man even threatened to beat him up. The purple-robed man could sense that this old man wasn't to be trifled with, and he even felt that he had met him somewhere before. However, after giving it a thought, he still couldn't recall where he had met such a person. The way the old man dressed up and his appearance were quite distinctive, so if he had met him before, he would have recognized him. Upon hearing the question, the tacky old man cackled. You don't have to ask for my name. You've heard what we said just now. I'm not willing to kill you, so it would be good if you just lie down there and let me beat you to help vent my young master's anger. If you dare to resist... He narrowed his eyes and turned savage. Nothing is certain in a battle. If this old master accidentally kills you, you only have yourself to blame. Your Excellency is certainly arrogant enough. The purple-robed man was a pseudo-great emperor, so he was basically one of the most powerful masters in this world. Besides the 10 great emperors, no one dared to speak to him in such a rude manner. The old man's words had indeed infuriated him as his blood was boiling with rage. The old man, however, just shook his head. Most in this world are fools, and it seems pseudo-great emperors are no exception. If you were still at your peak, you might be able to resist somewhat, but in your current state, heh. As he laughed, he turned into a beam of red light and disappeared. The purple-robed man's expression changed drastically as he wielded his thunder staff, after which a beam of white lightning shot forward. When the red light flickered, The old man appeared again right in front of the white lightning. Just when he was about to be struck, the old man grinned and opened his mouth wide, inhaling sharply. His mouth seemed to contain a horrifying suction force that swallowed the white lightning into his stomach in one go. The sight astounded Xianxia. He was aware of how lethal the white lightning shot from the purple-robed man's thunderstaff was. Even his 300-meter-tall dragon form couldn't bear it, and most of his dragon scales had even fallen off after being struck repeatedly. There was no way the old man could survive just sucking that lightning into his stomach. After all, the defense in a human stomach was far too weak for that. However, after swallowing the lightning, not only did the old man not feel any discomfort, he instead started grinning as if he had just finished a delectable dish. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat the lightning back out, sending it flying back towards the purple-robed man. What kind of divine ability is that? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. At first glance, the old man's technique was similar to that of the abyssal returner. An abyssal returner was also able to swallow enemy attacks and then return them. However, upon closer look, there was still a difference between the two. An abyssal returner couldn't change anything when returning attacks it had swallowed, while the old man was able to add his own power to this attack, which was evident as the white lightning had been mixed with a tinge of red. The turn of events happened too quickly, and as they were near each other, the purple-robed man didn't manage to respond in time to block this attack. When the lightning flashed across his eyes, he was forced to stagger backwards after being hit by his own attack. The old man had reached him at that moment as his hostile intent surged and surrounded the purple-robed man like the ocean. The purple-robed man's eyes were seen bulging as he finally recognized who his opponent was. It was no wonder that he thought he had met the old man before but couldn't recognize him. Now he understood. A divine spirit. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and uttered. Before the old man unleashed his power, Xianxia couldn't sense anything. However, after the old man took action, he couldn't conceal his aura anymore. It was apparently an aura that belonged to a divine spirit. Moreover, judging from the way his aura felt, Xianxia knew that the old man was stronger than all the other divine spirits that he had come across besides the dragons and phoenixes. The divine venerables from the ancient wildlands were not comparable to him at all. Which divine spirit is this old man? Since he is a divine spirit, why would he call me young master? Is he doing this because of Zhang Ruoxi? But that's not possible just judging from the way Luanfeng, Fan Wu, and Conggo in the ancient wildlands treat me. Although those divine spirits are wary of me, they wouldn't disparage themselves to flatter me. Now Xianxia was truly baffled. While he was lost in his thoughts, the old man had landed a palm on the purple-robed man, who tried his best to parry it, but his attempt was futile. Just like what the old man had said, if the purple-robed man had been at his peak, he would still be able to put up a fight even if he was ultimately no match for the old man. However, the battle earlier had left the purple-robed man injured and exhausted. At this moment, the purple-robed man could barely exert 60% of his strength. So how was he supposed to counter the old man's attacks? His protective Emperor Qi broke apart as the palm landed on his chest, which caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. As the purple-robed man groaned, he was forced to retreat. The relentless old man turned into a beam of red light and flew around the purple-robed man. At the same time, he kept sending his fists out against the purple-robed man, causing the latter to be powerless to counterattack. In just a short moment, the purple-robed man had been struck with countless punches and kicks, making him appear quite battered. Blood was streaming out of his 7 orifices and his face was all swollen. Fist prints and footprints were all over his clothes as the fury in his eyes only grew more and more intense. With a loud bang, the purple-robed man released countless beams of lightning, surprising the old man and forcing him to step back. At that instant, the purple-robed man was surrounded by sparkling lightning. It was apparent that he was extremely furious as he glowered at the old man and bellowed, "Evil beast! How dare you humiliate me?" The old man replied impassively, "I have to obey my young master's order. So what if I humiliate you? You should consider yourself lucky that I don't intend to kill you." While he was thinking so, Yang Kai shouted from behind, "Well done! This young master will reward you later." As he spoke, Yang Kai formed a set of hand seals, after which the mountains and rivers' bell started rotating and releasing a pressure that was able to suppress the heavens and earth. On the opposite side, with a cold expression, the embodiment held up his demonic war hammer and joined forces with Yang Kai as they pounced on the purple-robed man. The tacky old man was truly powerful. Whatever his reason for calling Yang Kai young master, the situation was in Yang Kai's favor now, so he wasn't about to let this chance to kill this purple-robed man slip through his fingers. The old man and the purple-robed man were shocked by Yang Kai's move. As they watched the two gigantic figures approaching rapidly, they stood rooted on the spot. The old man had never expected that Yang Kai would be so determined to end the purple-robed man's life and realized that this young man was beyond reckless. He had already told him that the purple-robed man was from the Star Court and Iron Blood Great Emperor's subordinate, so he couldn't believe that Yang Kai still dared to kill him. Wasn't he worried that Iron Blood Great Emperor would come to settle accounts with him if he did this? On the other hand, the purple-robed man had already been severely injured earlier, and it was akin to adding salt to his injuries after being beaten up by the old man. If Yang Kai and the embodiment made a move on him now, he may very well be forever buried here. With this thought in mind, the purple-robed man decided that he couldn't remain any longer and decided to flee. Although that treasure was valuable, it wasn't as precious as his life. Chi! All of a sudden, a void crack opened up. Yang Kai and the embodiment halted their steps as they widened their eyes and stared at the crack in disbelief. What's going on today? It's rare to see top masters in normal times, but they just keep appearing one by one now. Whether or not I'm happy to see them, they just barge into the battlefield as they please. Do they think this is a marketplace or something? The void crack wasn't created by Yang Kai using his space divine ability. Instead, a different master had broken through the void to arrive here. In the entire star boundary, besides Yang Kai himself, there was only one person who could do this that he could think of. This turn of events allowed the purple-robed man to compose himself, and upon seeing the crack, he thought of something as he let out a sigh of relief and calmed down completely. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched as he quickly moved to stand beside Yang Kai in a meek manner. Yang Kai's expression changed and he turned to look at him and asked, "Are there any grudges between you two?" The old man's face twitched as he uttered, "Young master, I don't understand what you're saying." "Heh?" Yang Kai grinned and stopped asking as he looked up at the crack again. Suddenly, the void crack expanded as two figures stepped out of it. It was a man and a woman. The man was brave, heroic, and handsome, while the woman was alluring and elegant. After they emerged from the void crack, they took a glance at the surroundings and appeared quite shocked, as they had never expected that so many masters would be gathered in this place. Upon making out the man's face, Yang Kai and the purple-robed man had the same thought. "It's really him. Is that inside Heavenly Wolf Valley?" Lan he was shocked as she watched the two figures emerge from the void crack. "Is he Senior Li Wuyi?" She wasn't an ignorant girl anymore. It was truly horrifying for any man to break through the void. Certainly, great emperors were able to shatter space if they exerted enough force, but they could never do so in such a nonchalant manner. That was why when she saw the man who casually strolled out of the void crack, she immediately thought of Li Wuyi. Tang Sheng nodded slightly and replied with a respectful expression, "You're right, it's Senior Li." Li Wuyi was touted to be the most powerful master beneath the great emperors. Any cultivator in the star boundary who had reached a certain level of strength or status would know who Li Wuyi was. However, not many had seen him before. After all, Spirit Beast Island was elusive, and Li Wuyi was an expert in the Tao of space, so it was difficult to know his exact location at any given moment, so most could not meet him as they pleased. Tang Sheng had the chance to meet him once long ago, before he was an Emperor Realm cultivator. More than 1,000 years had passed and Tang Sheng was now a middle-aged man. However, time didn't seem to have left any traces on Li Wuyi's face. He was just like Tang Sheng remembered him, still so handsome and vigorous that anyone could hardly look him in the eyes. Tang Sheng heaved a sigh as he thought that he could probably never reach such a point in his life. It was already so difficult for him to reach the second-order Emperor realm. Turning around, He looked at Lan He and Qi Gue, whose eyes were beaming with excitement, and wondered if they would have that chance in their lives. Since he is Senior Li Wu-yi, then the woman beside him, is she the legendary Senior Jiufeng? Qian Xiuying's expression changed as she gazed at the beautiful lady in red clothes. The top cultivators from Spirit Beast Island, Li Wu-yi and Jiufeng, were both famous for different reasons. The former was a master of the Tao of Space, while the latter carried the bloodline of a divine spirit, a member of the Phoenix clan, which was even rarer than those of the Dragon clan. Tang Sheng nodded his head. I believe so, but why are they here? Were they attracted by the grand battle that was taking place? Although Spirit Beast Island was also in the Eastern Territory, it was too far away from this place for any kind of fallout to be felt there. Even though there was an epic battle that had happened here, those on Spirit Beast Island couldn't have sensed it. The only explanation was that these two were already nearby, which was why they were able to reach this place so quickly by breaking through the void. It's quite bustling here. The void crack began to seal up in the sky as Jiufeng looked around with her alluring eyes. With a smile, she stared fixedly at Yang Kai for a moment before they shone, and she asked curiously, "Is that you, little brat?" Although Yang Kai's figure had gone through a transformative change, she could still recognize him at a glance. After all, it wasn't the first time she came across Yang Kai like this. Previously, on Dragon Island, she had already seen his half-dragon form, which was why she was familiar with his figure now. Greetings, Senior Jiufeng, Senior Li. Yang Kai cupped his fists and grinned at them. Things were now getting interesting. He had wanted to head to Spirit Beast Island to discuss the Tao of Space with Li Wuyi, but he hadn't expected that the latter would actually come to him, saving him some trouble. Stop calling me senior. Do I look that old to you? Jiufeng's face sank. Yang Kai immediately flashed her a smile and corrected himself. Big Sister Jiufeng is the picture of youth and beauty. Who would dare to call you old? Please forgive me for misspeaking just now. Jiufeng flashed him a winning smile as she nodded lightly. A promising young man indeed. Li Wu-yi placed his palm on his forehead as he muttered, Do you know no shame at all? Hearing that, Jiufeng shot him a glare. Did you just call me shameless? You dare say that to me? Li Wu-yi hurriedly pointed at Yang Kai and declared, I was talking about this brat who seems to specialize in trimming sails. If members of the Dragon clan find out that he's this kind of person, they might chase him out. Yang Kai guffawed. They have no right to butt in on my affairs. Big brother Li, big sister Jiufeng, why are you here? After being addressed as Big Brother Li, Li Wu-yi was startled and had his face twitch. When they came across each other in the past, Yang Kai would always address him as senior in a respectful manner, but now it had suddenly changed to Big Brother. However, since Jiufeng was now Big Sister, Li Wu-yi knew better than to open his mouth. If he insisted on being called senior, while Jiufeng was a big sister, he would be the one to suffer her wrath. Ahem, it's a long story. What's going on here anyway? Li Wu-yi coughed lightly before swiftly changing the subject, glancing at the old man who seemed to be seeking refuge beside Yang Kai. So, it has something to do with this old man. Yang Kai immediately understood. When the void crack appeared just now, this old man immediately moved to stand beside him, so he had his own speculation. Now, Li Wu-yi's expression suggested that he was right. Two of the top masters from Spirit Beast Island came out to deal with this old man at the same time. Just what kind of divine spirit is this old man that both Li Wu-yi and Jiufeng have to join forces to hunt him down? Moreover, why did this old man not flee just now despite knowing he was being hunted? He came all the way here to call Yang Kai young master, and even stood beside him as if he was seeking refuge. It wasn't like Yang Kai would be able to protect him. As such thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind, he replied with a smile. It's just that someone was lusting after my treasures, so he tried to kill me and snatch them from me. As he spoke, he shot a cold glance at the purple-robed man with a wicked smile. He wants to kill you and snatch your treasures from you? Jiufeng frowned, appearing displeased. Although Yang Kai didn't seem to have anything to do with Spirit Beast Island, he was actually closely related to them. Firstly, the little princess of Spirit Beast Island, Mo Xiaoqi, was a close friend of Yang Kai. Over the years, Mo Shaoqi had frequently mentioned Yang Kai and even asked several times to leave the island to visit him. However, Martial Beast Great Emperor had all but confined her to the island, which caused her to be distressed. Granted, she did agree to stay confined and focus on cultivating until she reached the Emperor realm. Certainly, Jiu Feng was aware that the little girl was in love with Yang Kai, and if something happened to him, she would definitely throw a tantrum. Secondly, the mistress of Spirit Beast Island was the third elder of Dragon Island, while Yang Kai was the husband of the fifth elder of Dragon Island. Previously, Yang Kai and Spirit Beast Island had even joined forces and raised a fuss on Dragon Island. Even the great emperor praised Yang Kai as a promising youth with great potential. With so many indirect connections between them, it could be said that they were almost family. Thirdly, Lu Yen was utterly loyal to Yang Kai. Lu Yen had inherited the Phoenix True Fire, so she could be considered a member of the Phoenix clan as well. In other words, she was one of the few family members Jiu Feng had in the star boundary. Taking all those into consideration, even though officially Yang Kai didn't have anything to do with Spirit Beast Island, his relationship with the island was quite complex. That was the reason Jiu Feng was so amiable to Yang Kai and even told him to change the way he addressed her so that they would appear more closely connected. Hence, when she heard that someone was trying to rob Yang Kai and kill him to cover it up, she was naturally angered. Turning to look at the culprit though, she frowned and wondered why it had to be this person. Li Wu-yi also turned his head and asked in surprise, "Brother Tsong." "Brother Li, sister Jiu Feng." The purple-robed man coughed and cupped his fists, his aura quite weak. Li Wu-yi was torn between tears and laughter. "Brother Tsong, are you the one who tried to kill Yang Kai and snatch his treasures?" Despite his question, he knew that it was the truth. Judging from the states the purple-robed man and Yang Kai were in, they had apparently fought a great battle without holding anything back, resulting in serious injuries on both sides. Without answering his question, the purple-robed man asked, "Brother Li, are you related to this boy?" Li Wu-yi replied, He could be considered a part of Spirit Beast Island as well. Besides Mo Shaoqi's love for Yang Kai, the relationship between the third elder and the fifth elder of Dragon Island, as well as the relationship between Lu Yen and Jiu Feng, could solidify the fact that Yang Kai was a part of Spirit Beast Island. The purple-robed man was stunned and parroted back, "He's a member of Spirit Beast Island?" Li Wu-yi only said that Yang Kai could be considered part of Spirit Beast Island, but even that was no easy feat to accomplish. Since Yang Kai's identity had been acknowledged, it went to show that he had a close relationship with the island. If this wasn't the case, Li Wu-yi could have just said that Yang Kai had nothing to do with them, which was why the purple-robed man was astonished. At that instant, he felt extremely bitter and helpless in his heart. If he had known this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have done something so futile. Not only was he unable to get what he wanted, but he had also completely offended Yang Kai. On top of that, he was beaten up and embarrassed by the old man. This time, he had truly suffered a great loss. Inside Heavenly Wolf Valley, Tang Shang and the others were dumbfounded. Although they were far from the battlefield, all of them were Emperor Realm Masters, so it wasn't difficult for them to hear what Li Wu-yi had said. "He's a member of Spirit Beast Island." Tang Shang was greatly distressed. Since he's a part of the island, why wouldn't he know where the island is? Why did he even come to our valley to seek help? Was he trying to make a joke out of us? Initially, he thought that Yang Kai had nothing to do with Spirit Beast Island, so in order to not offend the two top sects, he refused to assist Yang Kai. When he was seeing Yang Kai off, he even sent someone over to summon her back so that they wouldn't be dragged into this mess. It wasn't until this moment that he realized Yang Kai was extremely close to Spirit Beast Island. If he knew this earlier, he wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. They thought that by holding on to the faith token given to them by the Beast Seeker from Spirit Beast Island, it could serve as their safety charm, thus making all the great forces in the Eastern Territory wary of them and not dare to harm them. However, if he could have formed a friendship with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be wishful thinking that their valley could rise to be one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory in the future. Tang Shang appeared frustrated and regretful that he had let such a wonderful chance slip through his fingers. Lan He shot her master a look and secretly heaved a sigh. Earlier, she had asked Tang Sheng whether he would regret his decision today, and with such an outcome right before their eyes, it was apparent that Tang Sheng was deeply frustrated and regretful. Qian Xiaoying had been Tang Sheng's wife for many years and could easily tell what he was thinking and feeling, so she gently held his hand and softly spoke, "This is our fate. You are a sect master, so there are many things you must weigh and consider. If you were given a second chance, knowing nothing more than you had at the time, would you have made a different decision?" "If I was given a second chance." Tang Sheng gave it a thought before he decisively replied, "No, given a second chance, he would still make the same decision, because judging from the situation at that time, he had no other choice." Qian Xiaoying flashed a smile at him, "So don't regret your decision. Since this opportunity was not meant for our sect, there's no point yearning for it." Upon hearing that, Tang Sheng was enlightened as he nodded. "You're right, my dear. I was thinking too much. Although they didn't lend Yang Kai a hand, they refused to act against him as well. At the very least, he had rejected Su Chongfeng's demand to activate the sect defending array to seal off the world, so it could be said that they didn't offend Yang Kai. Furthermore, with Lan He and Ling Yinqin around, Tang Sheng believed that Yang Kai wouldn't make things difficult for their sect. With this thought in mind, Tang Sheng was finally able to be at ease. On the other hand, the purple-robed man put on a bitter smile. "Since he belongs to Spirit Beast Island, this is all my fault. Brother Li, Sister Jiufeng, please forgive me. Although he was a pseudo-great emperor, he wasn't someone who was unbending." The situation was clear. He was no longer at his peak, and Yang Kai had the support of an evil spirit. Even Li Wuyi and Jiufeng had arrived, so there was no way he could harm him. Understanding his situation, the purple-robed man decided to apologize and show sufficient respect towards Spirit Beast Island. In fact, he couldn't be disrespectful of the island, because he couldn't afford to offend Martial Beast Great Emperor. Although he was from the Star Court, the 10 Great Emperors took turns to be in charge of this force, so he might be Martial Beast Great Emperor's subordinate one day. Li Wuyi nodded his head. Fortunately, nothing serious has happened yet. Although the purple-robed man and Yang Kai looked battered and severely injured, they were not at risk of losing their lives. It was already the best outcome. However, he didn't understand why the purple-robed man would find fault with Yang Kai. The statement from Yang Kai earlier suggested that there was something with him that the purple-robed man coveted. Li Wuyi took a look at the mountains and rivers bell in Yang Kai's hands and gave it a thought. Then, he realized something and suspected that it was this bell that had invited trouble for Yang Kai. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was truly remarkable. He had not been killed by the purple-robed man when they fought. When Li Wuyi came across him on Dragon Island previously, he already noticed that Yang Kai was a reckless person. Given Yang Kai's relatively weak cultivation at that time, he still had the guts to sneak into a literal dragon's den to steal a bride. Now that they met again, he realized that Yang Kai was still as willful as ever. "This little brat is even more impetuous than me when I was younger. I wonder if this matter can be resolved peacefully." While he was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Big Brother Li, do you know this guy?" Li Wuyi nodded. "He's an old friend of mine." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Then Big Brother Li should be more cautious in the future about who he makes friends with. After all, it's hard to see through someone's true self. Many people lie to your face while using dirty tricks behind your back. You never know when such people might betray you." The purple-robed man's expression turned cold as he was displeased at the fact that Yang Kai mocked him when he was still right there. However, he wasn't willing to refute him. Li Wuyi also appeared embarrassed and somewhat wished he hadn't come here. Now that he was caught between these two parties, he felt utterly uneasy. Then he shot a glare at the tacky old man. If it weren't because of him, he wouldn't have come all this way. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai asked, "Big Brother Li, if I insist on killing him, will you side with me or him?" After pondering on it for a moment, Li Wuyi replied, "If you insist, this Li can only watch from the side." Yang Kai could be considered a part of Spirit Beast Island, while Li Wuyi and the purple-robed man were old acquaintances. If Yang Kai and the purple-robed man really got into a life-or-death battle, it wouldn't be appropriate for Li Wu-yi to side with either of them. Therefore, he could only remain neutral. Certainly, it would be wonderful if he could resolve the grudges between them. However, seeing how Yang Kai's eyes were filled with murderous intent, he knew that it was no use persuading him at this point, which was why he directly told him his stance. Good! Yang Kai shouted and grinned. That's good enough for me. Li Wu-yi was startled upon hearing that. Was he worried I would side with Brother Tsang and wanted to make sure I wouldn't before he acted? However, given his current state, how does he plan on killing him? Yang Kai's expression turned grim as he glanced at the old man beside him. Pretending to not notice it, the old man hung his head low. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he thought that he probably couldn't count on this old man. He didn't know why this old man would seek his protection. But the latter had said that it was difficult to kill the purple-robed man, and he wasn't willing to offend Iron Blood Great Emperor. This old man had nothing to do with Yang Kai, so he definitely wasn't willing to kill a pseudo-great emperor for him. However, Yang Kai and the embodiment alone couldn't end the purple-robed man's life. Yang Kai heaved a sigh as he was deeply unwilling to give up this opportunity to settle things once and for all. Nevertheless, since the situation had reached a stalemate, raising any more fuss would simply be counterproductive. Understanding this, Yang Kai uttered, "Big Brother Li, since he is your friend, I will give you face and let him off this once. Old dog, cherish this moment while you still can." The purple-robed man's face fell when he heard that. He was so exasperated that he started laughing. "Are you saying that you're the one who is letting this king off? Boy, you're quite arrogant. Have you never looked at yourself in the mirror before?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned ferocious. "If you want to settle this now, I'm more than willing to." Just when the purple-robed man wanted to say something more, Li Wuyi suddenly said, "Brother Tsang, regardless of who is in the wrong this time, please stop pursuing it." Since Yang Kai was willing to let this matter rest, Li Wuyi certainly wouldn't allow them to fall out again. He wanted to see both of them stop pursuing the matter. Yang Kai was young and reckless, so it would be difficult to persuade him. But the purple-robed man was different. There was no way he didn't understand that compromises had to be made in order to resolve conflicts. That was why Li Wu-yi persuaded him instead of Yang Kai. The purple-robed man had to show Li Wu-yi enough respect, so he took the opportunity and backed down. After a nod, he said, "Since Brother Li has spoken, I will let him off this time." He paused for a moment before cupping his fists. "It's a bit inconvenient for me to remain today. Later, I will pay a visit to Spirit Beast Island to speak further with Brother Li and Sister Jiufeng. Farewell." Upon finishing his words, he shot into the distance as he wasn't willing to remain any longer. Seeing that the purple-robed man had left, the pale Wu Hong tried to race after him. Earlier, right after he appeared, he was struck by Yang Kai's time flies seal, and even now, time principles were corroding him, forcing him to divert almost all of his Emperor Qi to resist. When Yang Kai joined forces with the embodiment to battle against the purple-robed man, no one had the time to pay attention to him. As he wasn't powerful enough to join the battle, he could only watch from the side. Now though, things were different. However, even though Wu Hong wanted to flee, he might not be able to. Something flashed across his eyes as a gigantic figure suddenly stood in his way, blocking out the sun. At that instant, Wu Hong was engulfed by that huge shadow. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai's 300-meter-tall figure looming before him, staring down at him with a mocking grin that sent a chill down his spine. What are you trying to do?" The shocked Wu Hong stepped back in an apprehensive manner. Right then, he felt a ferocious aura approaching him from behind. Without the need to take a look, he could tell that it was the divine spirit Shihua. He was caught between two deadly enemies and was powerless to resist. Just now, he had witnessed how Yang Kai and the embodiment contended with the purple-robed man. So he knew that he wasn't a match for either of them, let alone both of them. Feeling fearful, he lost all fighting spirit and exclaimed, "Sir, save me! Not even the heavens can save you today." Yang Kai snorted. He had no choice but to let the purple-robed man go. It could be said that he was forced to do so, or that he wasn't powerful enough to kill him. But since the purple-robed man couldn't be dealt with today, Xianxia could only seek revenge in the future. Nevertheless, he wasn't about to let Wu Heng escape as well. Looking back, he realized that Wu Heng was the culprit who caused all of this mess in the first place. If Wu Heng didn't have designs for Heng Luo Starfield, it wouldn't have been invaded by cultivators from Grand Desolation Starfield, resulting in countless cultivation stars being thrown into chaos and trillions of lives being lost. Also, if it weren't for Wu Heng, the grudges between Xianxia and the purple-robed man wouldn't have been formed. Xianxia had wanted to kill Wu Heng when they were in the starfields, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that the chance was right before his eyes, he wasn't about to let it slip through his fingers. So as he shouted, he extended his dragon claw to grab him. The terrified Wu Heng quickly pushed out a palm as their attacks clashed in midair. Although he had managed to halt the dragon claw for a moment, it couldn't spare him the fate of getting captured. As space principles flared, a light flashed across everyone's eyes as they saw Wu Heng simply disappear. Stop! It was only then that the purple-robed man's growl could be heard, but it was too late. Wu Heng had been captured by Xianxia and suppressed inside the sealed world bead, so his shout was pointless. The purple-robed man, who was about to leave, turned around and glared coldly at Xianxia while questioning, "What did you do to him?" He suspected that Wu Heng wasn't dead because he knew that Xianxia had an artifact that contained a sealed world. His main reason for coming all the way here was to get that artifact, and judging from what he just saw, he figured that Wu Heng had been imprisoned inside that artifact. "None of your damn business." Xianxia grinned arrogantly. "Are you leaving or not? If not, you can just stay here forever." The purple-robed man shot him a cold glare and knew that it wasn't possible for him to get Wu Heng back from Xianxia unless he could defeat him, which was highly unlikely to happen. With a dark expression, he nodded and replied, "The world is vast, but I'm certain we will meet again soon." Xianxia grinned meaningfully. "I'm looking forward to that day." The purple-robed man's lips also curved into an insidious smile as a meaningful glint flashed across his eyes before he turned around and shot into the distance and disappeared from everyone's sight. Xianxia frowned and instinctively felt that it was a wrong decision to let the purple-robed man go, even though he didn't understand why he had such a feeling. Besides, he indeed didn't have enough power to make the purple-robed man remain. The situation had flipped back and forth continuously throughout the battle, and it wasn't until now that everything finally settled. Inside Heavenly Wolf Valley, the onlookers suddenly felt extremely exhausted. Although they didn't take part in the battle, this entire series of events had left them on pins and needles the entire time and had greatly taxed their divine senses. Even now, they were wondering if another top master would appear out of thin air. Naturally, that didn't happen. On the other hand, Xianxia and the embodiment returned to their original forms before flying over. An amazed Jiufeng looked at the demonic war hammer in the embodiment's hand and asked, "Xianxia, where did you get this thing? Why does it look like a demonic armament?" Xianxia chuckled. "Big Sister Jiufeng's vision is indeed sharp. This is a genuine demonic armament." "It is." Jiufeng's expression changed. Xianxia uttered, "Don't worry. It can't harm anyone now." As he spoke, he put the embodiment and the demonic warhammer into the sealed world bead. Apparently, he wasn't willing to dwell on this issue. A look of worry flashed across Jiufeng's eyes, but just when she was about to warn him, Xianxia suddenly spoke up, "Could you two please wait for a bit? I have to process my spoils." Many Emperor Realm Masters had lost their lives in this battle, leading to two of the top sects in the Eastern Territory essentially being destroyed. Even those who were still alive were badly injured. There were more than 30 space rings that belonged to Emperor Realm Masters lying around, including those from sect masters like Fubo and Suchongfeng, so it could be said that wealth was literally piled up before him. Although Xianxia was both powerful and rich now, he would never say no to more, especially when so many good things were lying on the ground waiting for him to pick them up. After Xianxia finished speaking, he dragged his injured body to move around the battlefield. Most of the Emperor Realm Masters were dead, and those who were still alive were barely so. Not discriminating, Xianxia landed a palm on all the enemy masters, whether they were dead or alive, not even sparing Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng. Earlier, Fu Bo was suppressed by Yang Kai with the mountains and rivers bell. Following that, he was injured and lost consciousness after Yang Kai surged the bell's power. If that was all though, he would still have retained some strength. The crux of the problem was that Yang Kai and the embodiment's epic battle against the purple-robed man had far-reaching implications. Fu Bo was basically in the middle of the battlefield, so he wasn't spared from the fallout of this battle. For instance, when the purple-robed man summoned heavenly lightning, Fu Bo was struck countless times. Since he was unconscious, Fu Bo couldn't defend himself. Hence, he was struck until he was half dead. Yang Kai had practically relieved him of his pain by ending his life. Su Chongfeng wasn't in a better state than Fu Bo. It could even be said that he was in an even worse condition. He was already powerless to counterattack when he was having a one-on-one fight against the embodiment. Afterwards, he was severely injured when Yang Kai launched a sneak attack on him using his moon blades. After that, Su Chongfeng was also caught up in the shockwaves of the following battle. When Yang Kai found him, Su Chongfeng was already on his last breath. If it weren't because of his third-order Emperor realm cultivation, he would have lost his life long ago. Yang Kai swiftly sent him to the next life. Seeing Yang Kai work, Li Wuyi heaved a sigh. The situation in the Eastern Territory is going to change after today. More than 30 Emperor Realm Masters, including Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng, were dead, rendering two top sects basically powerless. For more than 10,000 years, Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land had been hegemons of the Eastern Territory, oppressing others as they pleased, accumulating quite a lot of enemies. Once news that all the powerful masters of these top two sects had been killed spread, the other sects, who had been oppressed by them, would band together to destroy whatever remnants remained. Besides that, those from Ahan Temple would not be able to resist such temptation. Two of the three top sects were now gone, so not counting Serene Soul Palace, which was the true overlord of the Eastern Territory, Ahan Temple was the last leader among all the sects. Jiu Feng uttered, "This brat is pretty ruthless." Yang Kai did not even bat an eye as he killed so many Emperor Realm Masters, which went to show that he was extremely used to murder. Jiu Feng wondered if it was a blessing or a curse for their little princess to have fallen in love with him. Li Wuyi replied with a smile, "The martial Tao is paved with slaughter and violence. You either kill or are killed. No one is exempted from this truth." Jiu Feng shot him a look. "It seems that you sympathize quite a bit with him." Li Wuyi fell silent and thought about what he had gone through when he was young. Although he appeared calm and tempered now, he was also quite a ruthless man in the past. It was while Li Wuyi was reminiscing that Tang Shang, Chen Xiuing, Qi Gui, and the others flew over. The famous Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng had arrived, so as the Valley Master here, Tang Shang couldn't possibly pretend that he did not see them. He needed to come over and greet them at the very least. After he landed on the ground, Tang Shang saluted politely. Even an arrogant youth like Qi Gui showed proper deference towards these two giants. Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng, however, did not put on airs despite their strength and status though, and chatted leisurely with Tang Shang and the others, which surprised many greatly. A moment later, Yang Kai, who was drenched in blood, came over. Lan He and Ling Yinqin immediately approached him and began sweeping their eyes over him, a worried Lan He asking, "Are your injuries severe? Will you be all right?" Yang Kai grinned at her. "Don't worry, I'm still alive." Ling Yinqin immediately said, "Why are you so reckless?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I had no choice but to resist. Otherwise, I'd be dead." With a dejected expression, Lan He stuttered, "Be Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her. "Sister Lan, pay it no more mind. I understand the situation you were in. Moreover, you couldn't have helped me in that battle." It wasn't that Yang Kai was disdaining her. It was simply the truth that a newly promoted First Order Emperor would have been useless in such an awe-inspiring battle. "You should rest and recuperate at my place. You need to wash away all the blood as well, otherwise, you won't be able to proudly meet with anyone." Ling Yinqin tried to smooth the situation. Following up, Tang Shang invited Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng to visit Heavenly Wolf Valley. After all, guests had arrived right outside the valley, so it would be rude for Tang Shang to not invite them in. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai took a look at Li Wu Yi and asked, "Big Brother Li, I came to the Eastern Territory to search for Spirit Beast Island in hopes of discussing the Tao of Space with you. I didn't expect that we'd come across each other here though. If Big Brother Li has no pressing matters, why don't we have a chat?" He indeed wanted to clean himself up and rest. But Yang Kai wasn't willing to give up the chance to discuss the Tao with Li Wu Yi, which was why he took the initiative to make such a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Lan He and Tang Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. Since Yang Kai had said so, it went to show that he didn't hold any resentment against Heavenly Wolf Valley for how they treated him earlier. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been willing to return to the valley at all. After giving it a thought, Li Wu Yi replied, "This Li's primary purpose today is to take him." As Li Wu Yi spoke, his eyes shifted to the tacky old man. The old man had remained unmoving for a long time as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as if some flowers had grown on the latter's face. Upon hearing what Li Wu Yi had said, the old man chuckled, "Li Wu Yi, even if you want this old master to follow you to Spirit Beast Island, you have to get my young master's permission first." Yang Kai gazed back at the old man with his head tilted and finally couldn't help asking, "Are you out of your mind?" He couldn't believe that this old man was still calling him young master at this point. With a solemn expression, the old man replied, "Young master, this old master is perfectly clear-headed. Why would you ask if I am out of my mind?" Yang Kai was so exasperated that he started chuckling. "You really want me to be your young master? All right, chase after that bastard right now and bring back his head for me." The old man's face twitched as he put on a fawning smile. "Young master, please don't make things difficult for this old master. This?" Yang Kai waved his hand and turned back to Li Wu Yi. "I don't know what's wrong with this old man or even who he is. Big Brother Li, just do whatever you want to him." Upon hearing that, the old man appeared heartbroken as he pined, "Young master, how can you be so heartless?" An enraged Yang Kai refuted, "I don't know who you are. Can you get that clear first?" Li Wu Yi, however, put on a faint smile and interjected, "Hold on a moment, Yang Kai. In fact, you should know him. What's more, him calling you young master is not without reason." A startled Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" If the old man was the only one who said this, Yang Kai would ignore him outright. However, since Li Wu Yi was the one speaking, there had to be more to it. At that instant, Yang Kai became both puzzled and curious. Li Wu Yi waved his hand. "Why not ask him yourself?" Li Wu Yi then turned to look at the old man and declared, "Before everything is settled, don't even think about fleeing. You should know that since I've marked you, I can find you no matter where you escape." His words came across as quite haughty and arrogant. Since the old man was able to beat the purple-robed man, it went to show that he was fairly powerful. At the very least, he must be in the same realm as the latter. Furthermore, this old man was a noble divine spirit. However, after hearing what Li Wu Yi had said, he couldn't refute him. That was because he knew that since Li Wu Yi was tracking him, there really was no way he could flee. After shaking his head, the old man stated, "Since this old master has finally reunited with his young master, I have to follow and serve him. Why would I run away? Li Wu Yi, don't look down on this old master. That would be for the best." Li Wu Yi nodded and didn't retort. "Since that's the case, we'll be troubling you, Valley Master Tang." Tang Sheng was elated and nodded. "There's no trouble at all, sir. It is Heavenly Wolf Valley's honor to welcome all of you. Please, come in." As he spoke, he made way and beckoned politely. Li Wu Yi and Jiufeng directly stepped forward while Yang Kai shot a look at the old man, who immediately said with a smile, "After you, young master." After a snort, Yang Kai stepped forward as well. When he passed by Qi Gue, however, he suddenly stopped and patted his shoulder as he openly said, "I want half of everything inside the storehouses of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. I'll visit Ahan Temple to collect them another day. Don't forget to inform your temple master about it." Qi Gue stared at him with widened eyes. What Yang Kai had said was absurd, but he immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. The top two sects were basically destroyed as their leaders were all killed. Even if there were still some Emperor Realm Masters left in the sects, there would be very few of them. It was apparent that the two great forces couldn't be revitalized, and their demise was inevitable. Faced with such huge benefits, there was no way Ahan Temple wouldn't make a move. In other words, the wealth that Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land had accumulated over the years would fall in the hands of Ahan Temple as long as it moved fast enough. Qi Gui was already considering heading straight back to Ahan Temple to inform his master about what happened here, so that they could begin moving immediately. But before he could even move, Xianxia had claimed half of the benefits from the two sects. These two sects had foundations stretching back tens of thousands of years, so the amount of wealth that they had accumulated was undoubtedly astronomical. Qi Gui couldn't even imagine how great the sum would be, but he quickly came to his senses and instinctually gritted his teeth to question, "What makes you think you have the right to do that? Even if Ahan Temple made a move, why would they share their harvest with someone else?" Moreover, Xianxia had even demanded half of everything. Xianxia grinned and pointed back at the messy battlefield. "I'm the one who killed all of them. Without the battle today, your sect wouldn't be able to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. So, I don't think it's an unreasonable request." Qi Gui was at a loss for words. If he honestly stated his thoughts, Xianxia's request was indeed unreasonable. However, having just witnessed Xianxia single-handedly destroy two top sects alone, it was clear he didn't put Ahan Temple in his eyes either. If Ahan Temple fell out with this monster, the consequences would be dreadful. With this thought in mind, Qi Gui felt a chill running down his spine. "Just inform your temple master about it. It's up to him whether or not he agrees." Xianxia put on a warm and friendly smile. After pondering it for a moment, Qi Gui nodded. "Good. I'll pass your words on to my temple master. Farewell." Upon finishing his words, Qi Gui immediately turned into a beam of red light and shot off into the sky. Time was precious right now. He had to return to his sect before the news spread. He needed to tell his temple master to make a move so that they could snatch the wealth of the two fallen sects before the other great forces of the Eastern Territory began to move. Lan He and Ling Yinchin were speechless as they watched Qi Gui leave. They couldn't believe that Qi Gui still had the guts to quibble about such things at this point. However, there was no doubt that anyone would be tempted when faced with such immense wealth. After Xianxia caught up to them, Jiufeng glanced at him and smilingly said, "It seems that you've earned a lot this time." "Not at all, not at all," Xianxia replied in a perfunctory manner, thinking that, as a palace master, he was in a difficult situation. More than 100,000 disciples were screaming for food back home, so he had to obtain more resources whenever he could.